Check, check, microphone check. Hello there. Hey there, Kevo. Welcome in. Oh, Wilder. How you doing? Oh. Guess what, guys? Guess what? Oh, what the fuck did I do? That's the wrong one. That. There we go. Okay, don't need that. Let's have that there. Need that. I absolutely and totally forgot to close my browser last week. But it's nice because I didn't see any difference, so that's good. This time, however, we are closing it. So yeah. Guess what, guys? Guess what? I'll show you here. The task force joining is working. They are actually doing shit at Ubisoft. They are actually fixing shit. Finally. No, not fixing shit, fixing shit. No, not fixing ship. Okay, my closed caption is just dumb. Anyway, it's working now. It is working. Where's the task force members? So we should be able to see Sweet somewhere. Oh, there she was. That is absolutely the wrong picture, but it's working. Yep, that's her. So I don't remember who was I trying to get into the task force, and it wasn't working then. But this time, it is working. Finally, it's working again. Yeah, now I kind of feel it. If anything is laggy or anything like that, that might be because I am trying some different options in OBS.
I'll pilot.
A dynamic option, so to say. That they've added. I have no idea when, but they did add it. Sometime, whenever, I don't know when. So I said, let's try it out. Why not? Actually, we did that already last week. Oh shit, this is the wrong place. I mean, not wrong place, but it's not a good place. We did it last week when we did Voices of the Void. We don't see the sniper from here. Shit. But the sniper sees us. Come on, get up already. Jeez. No, don't engage. Shut up. Fuck him. Fuck off. Fucking hell. I was about to say, what the fuck am I still wanted for? I kind of want to do the first challenge here. The first challenge being, while stationary, get 3 snipers. Oh, we might be able to do it from here. 3 unit snipers while stationary. I think without collateral damage, or I don't know. 3 snipers, 3 unit snipers while stationary. That's what I remember. Can you get up there? Oh, of course you cannot. At least you can get up here. That's something. Okay, we do have eyes on them from here. So, while stationary, kill 3 unit snipers from 100 meters or further. Oh yeah, I forgot to say the 100 meters. Oh, not that, this. That's gonna be 1, 200 meters. 2, 400 meters. 3, 300 meters. Now, I would love to remember or to know the drop on this. Okay, not move. Do not move. Perfect.
We're cool, we're cool.
He was just about to move. Cool. First challenge done.
We're good to go.
First solo challenge done. What's the next one? I didn't even read the rest. In extreme difficulty and without dying, deploy to Montauk Alpha, then complete the mission Operation Oracle. And then Cultist Prisoner CQC only. Alright. Operation Oracle, Montauk Alpha. So Oracle.
Nomad, I have something for you. I sent a package.
Montauk
I'm patching the
Alpha.
coordinates now. When you get there.
And from here, Montauk Bravo. Wait, is it Bravo actually? No, I think it's Charlie. Because I think Bravo is the one to the east. If I remember correctly, at least. The one where we have the airplane. Yeah, that's Bravo. And that's Charlie. Exactly. Okay. I hope everybody's having a good weekend. A cool weekend, I should say. I would definitely love for it to be cooler than it is. But oh well, too much to ask for, right?
Bowman, we found your package. I have the access card.
Unidad has custody of a high-level Skeltech engineer. As you can imagine, he knows some sensitive U.S. industrial secrets that we'd like to stay secret.
Was that without
Unidad
going down, right? Without
is
dying,
holding
yep.
him at an underground research facility, and that card should open the security door. Check your map for the facility's location. I need you and your team to find him and extract him. Think you can handle that?
Simple extract?
consider it done.
Don't be so sure this one's
And
gonna be
after
simple.
challenges,
Call
we
me
shall
when you
see
have
what
the
we're gonna
engineer.
do.
Bowman out.
Maybe we will do some public. Maybe we will do some survival.
Looks like a Skeltec engineer wandered a little too far from home and now Unidad has him. We're gonna get him. Before he spills any high-tech secrets.
Skeltech? As in the tech company started by Jay Skell?
Maybe we will help
Only one of the
somebody.
smartest and richest people on the planet.
Skeltech probably designed
We
half
shall
the
see.
gadgets we use. Well, if he's so smart and rich, why does he need us to clean up his mess? Shit, just be glad he hasn't replaced us with robots yet.
This must be the way in.
What the hell
Alright.
is this shit?
One
It's
here,
massive. You see any guards?
No. And that worries me.
one here,
Keep your head on a swivel.
one of these here.
Demo's primed and in place.
We also need another one on this side as well. So one of these here.
The demo's primed.
Now back to the regular mines. And
There might be
at the
civilians
bottom
inside,
of
so
these
watch your
stairs.
fire.
Like right here one.
Yo, placing a mine over here. Someone's already hit this place. Keep your head on a swivel. Looks like we caught a break. The
Then
scientists are still
another one
alive.
here.
They've just been knocked down. Only the Unidad soldiers have been killed.
So our guy should still be alive.
Jeez. How are we supposed to find him in all this mess?
And another
Search,
one here.
dumbass.
And another one here.
Placing a mine for our Sicario friends.
Okay, we have two more mines. And two more proxy forests. We're gonna use a proxy for first. Right here.
Look at this shit. High caliber rounds. And these guys want to hurt somebody's feelings.
Back to the mine. A mine here.
Wait, let me place a mine.
One at the bottom of the stairs. And back to the proxy. And proxy for right here.
I got the C4 primed.
And we're good to go.
Sounds like company.
Stay quiet.
What do I have? We're not gonna do much with the magic drone, so let's do explosive. Let's see the unskippable scene.
Nomad. Fuck.
Walker? The hell are you doing here? Bowman didn't say to expect you.
Cause that tough little handler of ours got no idea I'm here.
Are you sightseeing?
Hunting trip.
Huh, what's the game?
High level, skilled tech engineer. Daniel Rodriguez Ariano. See, Danny here, he's got access to company technology that the government does not want shared. But he's been spending a lot of time in Bolivia.
Probably not out here soaking up the culture, huh?
He's been selling secrets to Unidad. So he and I, we're about to have a little chat.
Our mission from Bowman was to rescue him from Unidad.
Look, I could blow sunshine up your ass all day, but I'll spare you. Bowman, she's my real target. They know exactly what he's been doing, but she's been protecting the little shit.
What's he do for them?
Informant inside Unidad.
These must be some pretty serious secrets for you to go off script.
Must be.
Fuck. They're here.
Get him up.
Okay?
Kayate, you want to live through this? You follow me and do as I say.
You two done making out?
Eyes up, we got hostiles in the area.
Looks like Walker left some fun for us. Time to earn our pay.
Puta madre!
All right.
Who are these guys?
If you want to live long enough to find out, keep your head down.
Tenemos fuerzas hostiles en el área. Preparen el ataque.
Let's send the guys out there to
Ready?
fire.
Fire.
Copy.
A todas las unidades, comiencen el ataque.
Engaging. Target is down.
Fire!
I copy.
No hunted, so they're still around. Somewhere.
Drone is airborne.
Probably upstairs. The fuck are you going, Weaver? He's right here. You passed him.
No targets present.
Okay, well, that was that.
Clear on this side.
Rally up, people.
Regroup.
Moving.
Let's regroup before moving on.
Yo, we got hostiles.
Oh, what the
Looks
fuck?
like we've riled them up.
Oh. Oh, they tried. Now they're coming down. 3 of them, okay. Four of them? No, 3 of them.
A todas las unidades, comiencen el ataque.
Don't think I can shoot them through. No, I cannot. But they can shoot out, however. I know that, unfortunately. Firsthand. Go. I looked away for 1 second. That's exactly when he came.
Well, that was messy as shit.
Yeah, it kind of was, wasn't it? Yeah. Alright, let's see if they'll be
Enemy activity.
pissed
Stay sharp.
when they spawn in, and they're not. Okay. So somebody already blew this up. That one mine. Okay.
Spotting another tango.
Oh, shit.
Tango number 3.
Of course there's another one. Is that? Oh shit, did I? Daniel, are you coming?
We got
Please
a
tell me
grunt
you're
all by
coming.
his lonesome,
Tell me where.
near that stack of tires.
On Daniel, don't make me go down to there too for you. You know, he doesn't. What the fuck are you doing here? Come on. Even though it's maybe it would be better if he stayed behind and doesn't get in the way. He usually does. Okay, what do we have? Wait, there are still more that are unmarked. He's with his back. Fuck yeah. We're going for him right now.
You fellas do good work,
We should get together like this more often.
right? Next time I'll bring a high caliber rifle.
And I'll bring more grenades.
There's another one.
He makes 5.
No, you didn't see anything. Don't
They're
worry.
gonna make you back up.
Don't worry about it. You didn't see anything. There's another one unmarked.
Looks like they're feeling froggy.
Oh shit. Damn it. Fine. We fall back. You guys, you know,
Ready? Open
you
fire.
can also fire.
Wilco. Got him.
A todas las unidades, comiencen el ataque.
Opening fire on these fuckers.
I see a second target. Got another tango. I got a third target.
Oh, okay. They
That's it, we're
actually
clear.
did their job right this time.
Rally on me.
Roger, move it.
They actually killed them this time. Without having to micromanage them.
Hostiles in the area. Stay frosty.
Engaging!
We got Unidad and rebels. They're on alert.
Why? What the fuck is wrong with you? With your engaging?
I think that's all of them.
There should be one more. Upstairs. There still should be one more upstairs. Like on one of the stairs. Where is he? There's usually 2 of them. The fuck? I swear, is he, if he's gonna pop up behind, I'm gonna go crazy. Can see shit.
Enemy activity. Stay sharp. Tango's just got a wake-up call.
Deploying drone.
Atacados por fuerzas rebeldes. Cantidad de atacantes desconocida. A todas las unidades. Vuelvan a atacar. No se me... A todas las unidades. Comiencen el ataque.
All right, guys,
Fire.
go
Roger.
for it. Just gonna love when you cannot shoot them, but they can.
I'm opening fire on these shitheads.
There we go. Only 3 left. That was close to a proxy force, so you guys should
Ready? Open fire.
focus on the other 2.
He's dead.
Exactly, not that one, but whatever. I was about to say, where's our third guy, and what the fuck? Daniel, are you serious?
We're in a target poor environment.
Shit. They've got us blocked off.
Take that engineer and get him out of here. Just remember what we talked about. Be careful who you trust.
Where are you going?
Hold him off. Consider it one.
Come on, Daniel.
You sure? There's more than a few of them, and I don't like being in debt.
And you too, Weaver. What the heck are you doing down there? Go on.
Rally up, people.
Copy.
Sheesh. There you are. Weaver, you'll catch up.
Enemy activity nearby. We're good, we're good.
See, we were already caught up. Is always in the way.
Hang on, I'll drive.
I'm in, let's go.
Come on, Daniel, come on. Get out of there. Get into the helo. You can do it.
I'll fly.
You can do it. Daniel, get the fuck out. Ah, jeez. Daniel? For fuck's sake, Daniel. Alright, we should be still good with the first part.
Bowman, we've got
Yes, we
the
are.
package. Where
Cool.
would you like it delivered?
Good work. I hope it wasn't too much trouble.
Also, we already have an
Bowman? Karen Bowman? You know this guy?
Just get
faction
into the safe
warfare
house.
inside
I'll
us,
patch the coordinates through to you.
which is good.
We're gonna look around here for some intel.
Is it involving Santa Blanca? I didn't read the task force challenge. Oh, Daniel.
This is where it ends, amigo.
Hi, bye.
Take care and stay out of trouble. Bowman, this is Nomad. The package has been delivered.
Excellent. Leave him at the safe house. I'll take care of it from here.
Shall we return to our regularly scheduled program of liberating the people of Bolivia from the tyranny of the Santa Blanca cartel?
I'm ready to sling some more lead.
Not yet. I got a funny feeling about Bowman and this engineer. Let's get moving.
I was about to say, Daniel was not moving again, but he started moving.
Tango on the balcony. Just spotted one with submachine guns, and Baby makes 3. We got a Tango with multiple civilians around. I asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
Here's our intel on enemy locations.
Don't forget to hydrate, guys.
Carenya, I'm safe.
I'm safe. I was rescued. Look, it doesn't matter. Someone is going to take me to the airport soon and get me out of here. Tell the niños Papa is fine. We'll be in Ottawa soon.
Are you sure about this? An island in the middle of nowhere? After all this, are you sure you want to live on an island owned by your boss?
Claro que sí, Carenya. J-Scale and Skeltech have thought of everything. It's going to be perfecto, you see. I have to go. I'll call you as soon as I can. Te amo, mi amor.
We gonna listen in or what?
Nomad, deploy your drone.
I'm on it.
Since when does Jace Skell own Aroa?
Don't you ever read the news?
Hold up. He's making another call. It's me.
I'm at the safe house.
We need to meet now.
I know a place, a farm. I'll send you the coordinates.
Get there fast, and make sure no one follows you.
Alright. Second solo
Talk about
challenge done. And now cultist prisoner with CQC only. Inside fiction warfare involving Unidad. Yeah, so it is with Unidad. Alright. Itaqua. Cultist prisoner.
What is this?
Itaqua Bravo. Could have taken that helo and fly over. Whatever. There's the first part. Okay, so I have to remember CQC only.
Sure are a lot of lights and switches up here.
I'm on. Let's go.
Okay, let's attempt to land on the church roof.
Looks like Kulta is still smoldering. Keep an eye out.
Ah, dang it. I had a feeling it's gonna be too late. Oh well. We're gonna continue not from the roof. Oh, it is gonna put us out in the fucking side of the road. Ugh. Whatever. Come on. Okay, I don't know
We
who
got
the fuck
company. Stay
chose
sharp.
the spawn points, but they are special. That's for sure. How
Yo,
the
two cartel
fuck
gunmen.
can
Close
you
to the
put
stack of
somebody on the
tires.
side of the road to respawn? How are you fucking crazy? In a game where the enemy patrols the roads. Okay,
The drone
let's
is
get
up.
everybody marked.
I got a third. I got a target carrying submachine guns. Here's target number 5. Sniper out there. That's 10 targets.
There are 2 down there now.
We're up to 15. It's 20. Almost a platoon.
Be one inside as well. Or is that one inside? There he is. And I think that might be it. Yeah, I think that might be it. But just in case,
I asked the rebels to recon the area for us.
that wasn't it. I didn't see, but I heard a ping. But there was one more that appeared. Okay, CQC only.
Looks like Kulta is still smoldering. Keep an eye out for the rebel they've got held here.
The other one is with his back as well, which is nice. But that other one is not. He's looking down here. Ah, shit. This one just turned. Okay. No, no, no.
Back it up, back it up.
The fuck do you see me in the grass? Shit. Gonna stay like this with our feet in the air. Can't really go get him, because once we get closer he's gonna see. But you know what, we can do this.
Throwing a flashbang.
Right at his feet. We can do the same with
we're still
these
all right.
other 2 guys, but not yet because of that one. We should actually, and we cannot get him because of that other one. We should actually get him first, then him, and then these 2. And I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do it slower this time, without the rebels. Don't like being here. can we get this guy is the question. Ain't good. We should get that other guy as well. Since we're here, let's do that. Fucking moves as soon as I get here. The fuck? Now we might have to get this guy as well. Especially if he sees the body. Which is possible. You didn't see the body? Okay. Just chill, my dude. Just chill. And now you're leaving from there. Are you serious? So that means that at the moment we could go for those two. Possibly. Possibly. We gotta go. We gotta go for that guy as well. I really don't like doing this. Crossing at the road. Never know when unit that shows up. Is the other guy moving? He is moving. And it's gonna be a problem with the other guy. Gah. Fine, we're going for these two.
Lobbing a flashbang.
1, 2. Okay. Good.
Okay, we're cool.
That one is moving. Is he coming here? I think he might be coming here. Or actually at the bottom? No, he's coming here. Or at the bottom. Oh, in neither places. Okay. And now, where the heck are you going? That's that. Okay. To run around for them, to kill them. Right, where's that guy? There. And he's gonna go down. No, he's going up. And so is the other one. Coming out. Now he's going upstairs, Ewan. One of them is coming down. Chill, chill, chill.
We're good, we're good.
Chill, all of you, chill. Not seeing jack shit. You're not coming up here, right? Tell me you're not coming up here. You're not coming up here, okay. That's good. The other one is coming down. Stopping here, alright. Now where's the other one going? Is he going downstairs? It looks like he's going downstairs. The sniper was seeing us at some point. Alright, that's done as well. Now we have to get up there, but not on the sniper's side. We currently cannot get these two because of that other guy that's coming this way. Or, well, he was coming this way. And because of the sniper. Oh, he's going further down, isn't he? I know, you just went around. Okay. Alright, alright. I can live with this. That one is going up there. The lower part of the roof. Look in. Not this way, however, we cannot get up there. Just like pretty much in front of him. Which ain't good. We might be able to get up there now to the sniper. Started seeing. That's not good. He's gonna see us up here. Actually gonna see us probably as we're taking the sniper. Unless they turn around to go back. Gives us this option. Good. Now here they are, the other two. Plus this one. Oh, of course he's looking back here. I'm surprised he didn't see the sniper. A little bit. Now we should be able to get those two guys. Eventually. Somehow. We get down here. We get down here. We get up here. Oh shit! One of the two guys moved. Okay, let's get this guy instead. They're going to sleep. Two, three of them? Yeah, I think 3 of them. So good. I'm gonna get the guy from here. Is he looking this way or is he looking away? I think he's the one looking away. There we go.
Relax, we're still good.
Let's go around this guy. He's already moving down. Everybody else is inside. Everybody else is sleeping. Right? Yeah. Awesome. Talking in their sleep. And that is 2. And a 3. And a 4. All clear.
Hey, hey, abre la puerta, compa.
All
Open
good,
the
all
door.
clear.
Talk to me.
You okay, hermano?
What do you want from me?
Yuri and Polito, the fuckers who tortured you. We're here to make them pay for what they did. But we need to know where they took you.
We didn't travel far. I remember that much, and it was quiet. Out in the country somewhere. There was a smell, like old animal skins. That's all I know. I'm sorry.
It's all right. At least now we know they're close by. Gracias.
All right. Go. Run. Run somebody over. Run. There's nobody to run over. And I'm definitely not gonna get in front of you. Because I know you're gonna run me over if I do. Even though I just saved you. Alright, so all solo challenges done. Now all we have left to do... Not this one, the next one. All we have left to do is the task force challenge. Which... Even that we have to incite only 2 more faction warfares involving Unidad. We had 3, but we did 1 somehow. So, faction warfares involving Unidad. One of them is going to be up here at the Narco Slaughter. And another one. Or should we do another one? I think another one we're going to be doing in Libertad. They're meeting up there too. But let's do this first, real quick.
Let's go.
Going on menu.
Sure. We have our own music. We're gonna use the off-road capabilities of our off-road Lambo.
Check your targets. We got civilians in the area. Okay, we're still good.
Got another Tango. Tango number 3. That makes 5. Just spotted one with submachine guns.
There we go.
Unidad and rebels exchanging fire.
Oh, and rebels as well. Oh wait, did that count as 2? That did count as 2. Never mind, we don't even have to go to the last place. And the task force challenge done. Wonderful.
Good? Shit got close for a second there.
Anyway, I'm gonna still show you guys what I was talking about in Libertad. Right here at this outpost. Let's teleport to Libertad Bravo and fly there. And actually, since I have this title, let me pin the question. What do you think that the new Wildlands mission are gonna be about? Hey there, Lone, welcome in. Pin manually on pin, because why not? How are you doing?
I asked the rebels to send over a vehicle for us.
Yeah, let's move this so that we don't blow ourselves up.
I got it. I'll fly.
Back a little bit. There we go.
You really ought to let me drive.
I'm fine. Still alive. Trying to cool down because it's hot as fuck here. Doing amazing. Is the Lord above? Nice. You are? I'm not sure if I am. It's too hot to be alive. It's just too hot to be alive. Oh wait, we don't want to alert them. Are you gonna be joining to do your missions at all? Hey there, DC. Welcome in. Welcome. How you doing?
I got eyes on a sniper. Deploying drone. I'm spotting another tango. I got a
They're
third.
gonna see you.
He makes
Hold up.
5.
Yes, so this is what I was talking about.
I asked the rebels to do a
The
recon of
other
the area.
place that we would have came to if it didn't finish the task force challenge. Yeah, you basically do the same thing. Just kill one of them and let them fight it out. We might have to be closer to get the notification.
They're onto us. Watch out.
Yeah, there we go. So this would have been the other one. The other option, version, whatever. I hope it becomes cool soon. We're approaching winter soon. Oh, winter. It's middle of
Brings us
the
to 10.
summer right now. What do you mean approaching winter soon? Not today, sadly. Just want to rest a bit. Okay, I see. No worries. Not doing great, but I was wondering if I could join you. Maybe I'm in need of a
The
distraction.
lieutenant's trying to escape.
Oh. Oh. Fuck. Yeah, sure, DC. Come on in. We just finished oops, the challenges.
Signal's all bad. They're jamming the drone.
And getting colder. Good for you. It's getting hot here. We having And we are having, and we are still going to have. We're gonna be
All right, good to go.
in the 40s in Celsius. .33 in the morning and 23 in at night. Normal weather for you. Well, if you're used to it, that's good. You're in the Discord. Alright, give me a second. Let me clear this bridge. We are not a 40 Celsius degrees nation. That's for sure. Okay. Discord. I closed my Discord, so give me a second. I didn't close, but I put it down in a tray.
Blah 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 woof woof.
Blah 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 woof woof indeed. Blah 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 woof woof.
Blah blah woof woof. Nice.
Hey there, DC.
What is real God kill?
What is what? The who and where and why?
The FN. Okay. What about the P12? Sorry, looking up some stuff. P12 Wildlands is the USP. They don't have the Glock in this game, do they? Like
No.
Glock 17, Glock 19?
Nope. No blocks.
Pretty sure the P227 was a 6 hour. And it was 6 hour. P223.
And I think I
You can hear me
brought
okay?
you. Yeah, I think I brought you too low.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Give me a sec.
Which pistol's better? P12 or P45T?
Exactly.
P12 is quieter. 12.
I don't know. I'm using the 5.7. The
Okay.
wait, 5. No, wait, what? What am I using? Yeah, the 5.7. Hey, what have you been up to today, Long?
I worked a little bit.
I still work.
Yeah, a little bit of okay, I have to reload my game. I'm having a NAT error, I think. How do I reload the NAT? Can I get that through the menu?
It's fine. It doesn't
Okay,
matter.
I might need you to send me a request after that, after you're done doing what you're doing. I don't like that.
All right, Lone. You have a good one there. Have a good rest. Thank you for
Take care,
popping in.
Wolf. Parts? Oh.
Also, what I would like to ask you, if you could make it invite only once you're done.
Yes. How do I do that? It's in social.
Yeah,
Or
press
lobby.
L and squad privacy.
Squad privacy, invite only, accept. Done.
They are actually fixing shit.
In this game?
Seems like. The task force invitation is working again. So we joined the
'cause
task
Lotus,
force.
Yeah, Lotus joined the task force, that's right.
Yep. And I came into the notification that she joined.
Yeah, I saw the notification as well. So the P12
Which wasn't
is a
working
USP.
before.
45 is the FN. So I want the P12 because that's the USP. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. What you got? You have everything, right? I don't remember anymore.
Oh yeah,
Who has
everything's done. No, everything's done.
All
I'm
right,
done.
perfect.
Like, I 100% the game. So like we can just grind out those like resources or whatever they're called.
Or we can do some survival, if you're up for it.
Sure. I'd have to load up the web page. Send me the link if you can, or if the link is handy.
That. I'll put it in the chat. There.
Cool. I got it.
Alright. Where do you want to extract?
I usually do the salt flask, but let's change it up. Let's do... Where are we right now? Okay, we're there. This may actually work. Let's extract. I was thinking Libertad. Libertad Airport.
Libertad Airport. Alright. Alright. Teleporting Quantum to Koani Bravo.
Got it.
We get a plane there that we can take.
I'll fly.
So, what do you think that the new missions are gonna be?
I would love it if they would add a vault that you could access the old missions. Like the Predator mission. Mostly, I just want the Predator mission back.
Well, yeah, I highly doubt that that's gonna come back.
Yeah, because of licensing issues.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the only mission that you cannot access anymore. Well, I guess that and the Division one. Which wasn't really a mission.
Oh, what was the Division one?
There were some drops
there was like one where you had to like
over.
track down. Oh, I thought it was like Aaron Keener. Like there was like clues to. It was like when Division 2 came out, and they were still doing the storyline. So it was like, oh, you have to do, you know, find the clues to take down Aaron Keener. But I don't remember.
it was with the clue. It was with clues, but it was drops, parachute drops. That you were going from one drop to the other. You're finding the clue at one parachute drop to go to the next one, and at the last one you would get the parachute, the division parachute, as a reward. But that, as I said, that was more like an Easter egg. It didn't have like a mission marker or anything. So that and the Predator, those are the only two that are non-existent anymore in the game.
Shitballs.
You like doing that, don't you?
And we're going down. Anytime.
Fucking hell!
Now I should run you over with the plane.
Ah!
Alright. He jumped.
I should probably pop my chute soon. Alright. Gonna go over here. Go right. We got low elevation. Gonna try and oh, we got a little. Oh, that looks good right there.
Boots on ground. Are still in the air.
Yep. I'm just about to touch ground.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
Oh,
okay.
I don't see you.
Up. I'm on top of the hill.
Didn't.
I see you.
Okay. I'm gonna go to this little village something. If there are any vehicles.
Okay, well, I saw, I landed on top of this little, like, pride rock looking thing. Yeah. And, there was like this, ammo cache it looked like underneath. Like, kind of like a little, I don't know, outpost or something. So I'm just gonna investigate that right now.
Okay.
Oh, there's a downed plane here. Water bottles. You thirsty? Got some water.
No, thanks. I drank before I jumped.
Dead body. There's a body.
Alright. First car. Let's see. Loot. And the first thing is empty. Awesome. I don't think there's anything else here to loot. Alright, fine. I'm gonna keep going to where we get... what's his name? I don't know, whatever his name is, I can't remember right
Elgato?
now. No, the guy from here, from Kwani, with the helo.
What, Castle? Rook? Whatever his name is?
I don't remember his name, because I can't think
No.
right now.
It's like a white guy with a beard, right?
No, he has no beard. I see her out in the open with some these small dunes. He's coming in with a helo. He's the pilot.
Oh, I see him now. I got it now. Yeah, I see.
There's one helo, one car at least. 2 cars even, I think.
Yeah, just say the word.
Say the word what? For what?
Oh.
That, yeah. That did look like it was for you. Super Shorty Legacy. I'll get these and then I'm coming for you. There's 2 vehicles. Noisemaker drone. And the helo has a Deimos crossbow. Shorty Legacy. Deimos crossbow. And Noisemaker drone. Alright, I'm on my way. I saw approximately where they were shooting. So, should find you relatively easy. However, the helo is still there. Hey there, Brit. No Lotus today. Not today. Doing alright, what about you? We're here with DC. We just started the survival. Nope, not today. Okay, that kilo is gonna be a problem. What have you done that it's still there? The heck?
I didn't shoot it.
I mean, I did see the smoke from, I would assume, the rest of the vehicles. That's why it's still there. But how?
He's my friend.
Oh, and the drone. Okay. Actually, I could use that drone. I could use that drone to get rid of that helo. Just get closer. That should be close enough.
The drone is up.
Actually, before I bring it down, let me see where you are. That is not you. That's some charcoal, which used to be a person. Oh shit, are you serious?
Eisen is marking an enemy.
That's just wonderful. Unidad is present as well.
Are the drones visible, like, from my point of view?
Tango marked. He's a little close to civilians.
Sure, what you mean?
Like, if I'm dead, can I see your drone flying around?
If I bring it close enough, yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I'm not sure where you are still. But you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go for the helo.
Shit.
Ed, are Are you serious? And now a Unidad helo? At least they moved along, I think. I hope the other one went down. I should have. Yep, it did. Okay. And that Unidad is a problem. Them are there in there. Anyway, let's see. You didn't open the house, I see. I don't see you near the crashed plane. Did you start moving up or did you start moving down? That is not you. That's another chart body. They'll have Santa Blanca soldiers or oh fucking are you serious? The guys from the helicopter didn't die. They just got out of the helicopter and they're standing near next to it. All four of them. And one of them being a heavy. We have one more heavy Unidad in the car. Hey, what the fuck am I doing? The thermals I'm allowed to use. There you are. Alright, if I attempt to get you, am I gonna die? I'm on my way.
On my way. I see a bird. I see a light. Should I go towards the light?
No, the light is coming towards you. Stay put.
I just see this like flash.
Thank you.
There you are.
How do I stop?
Drone is up.
Not that.
Where do you stop what?
Walking?
X.
Like, am I...
That's a toggle on X.
Ooh, hang on.
Or you can actually just, as soon as you start sprinting, it's gonna toggle it off.
Oh, I see. X, okay, yeah. Just for walking. I gotcha now.
Careful, I don't know where did
good.
you go, but careful because the Unidad car still has one inside. And there are still the 4 guys around the downed helo. Santa Blanca.
I went behind you. Trying to get a more tactical position.
No. Ah, fucking hell.
Son of a bitch!
They saw.
Oh, God!
Fuck. He popped out of nowhere.
You get the weapon already?
Oh, right, we're supposed to start with a pistol. My bad.
Pistol? No, nothing.
Really?
Absolutely nothing.
Even in Division Survival, you start with a pistol.
Here you don't start with absolutely anything. 0.
So what? Like this?
Yep, exactly.
Alright.
Alright, well, I emptied my inventory.
So what can I loot in this game? Like boxes? Like, can I loot that dumpster
Cars?
over there?
No. Cars, well, vehicles. Any sort of vehicle that is still usable.
So it's not like a...
If it's one like that you cannot get in, like it's a wreck or something, or if it's one that was usable but it blew up, those are gone. You cannot use those. You cannot loot those. So any vehicles and corpses. And I already see a plane out there that we could loot.
I'm gonna go into this little village, see if there's any cars.
Yeah, there should be one. In the parking.
Oh cool, there's a truck here. Okay, where's the... loot? Compact submachine... What? Compact machine gun, Scorpion Skull.
I found literally the same thing. Alright. That's a handgun. Guess it's better than nothing.
It's the handgun?
Yep. The compact machine guns are the handguns.
Yeah.
Scorpion and the... I don't know what the other one
Mac
is.
11, Mac 10, Mac 11.
Yeah.
Okay. I see you there. I'm just running up on your 3 o'clock.
There are a couple more trucks here. A car and a truck. And we can go to the other place that I was at. With the Kwani boss. There are 3 vehicles there as well. Oh, and I see another vehicle, a Rebels vehicle with Rebels around. Where are you?
On the salt flats over here.
Oh, there you are. Go to your right. You should see a vehicle there with the Rebels.
All I see is fucking sand, bro. What the fuck am I looking at? There's a plane over there. Or is that a helicopter? Yeah, there's a helicopter.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's where the boss thing is. Wait, to your right, to your right. Maybe you see it now.
This way.
Yeah, the Rebels. A bunch of Rebels.
Where?
Keep going, keep going.
You're also like 10 feet higher than me.
To the left, to the left.
Oh, there we go. Now I see them. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering that you can't see because of the...
like I could not... Yeah, I couldn't
over
see
the
that
thing.
at all.
Yeah.
Light machine gun, MK48. Let's go.
This car is empty. Truck.
Alright, let's go light these bitches up.
And this car is also empty. Wonderful. Alright, let's go towards the helo. Could be a helo and a couple more cars there. You coming?
So,
I'll get one of the cars. You can get the other car in the helo. Assault rifle, R5 RGB. Heck yeah. Oh, come on. There we go. R5 RGB. The Unidad gun. I guess this one has only full auto.
Demos crossbow.
Here is the car.
Whoa. Whoa, it's thunder and lightning outside.
Deploying drone.
Oh, shit. That was loud. Did you hear that? Did that come through on the microphone?
No.
Oh, really loud thunder outside. It's thunder and lightning outside. Did not find anything useful.
Okay. Alright. Where to from here? Wait, where did you say Libertad Airports, right? Alright. Which way do you want to go?
Okay, well, we got mountain range that way. Looks like air command up there. That's probably an air turret, so if we're flying, we can't go that way. We don't have any fuel, so we're walking.
We don't have the keys either, so.
Oh, you need keys?
You
we
need
don't
the
need
keys.
a fucking driver's license or some stupid shit like that, do we?
Nah. No, you need the
No
keys.
driver's license.
Either for a car, bikes, helo, plane, or boat.
Gotcha, okay. Okay, well, this way looks kind of like easier. It's not like it's mountains, so we can just go up towards the south side.
Okay.
Or if you want to, there's like a little village right there we can check out first. That little, just to the southeast.
Did you turn off your HUD?
Not yet. I haven't played the game in months, so I
Not
tried
yet.
to play a bit with it
The
off.
heck?
Well, I played a bit with it off, and that's why I died so quickly. So I just turned it off again. So we'll see how long I survive.
I'm asking because you were giving me directions. Like you knew.
Yes, I know. I was giving myself away. I wasn't trying to
The
hide
heck?
it. It's like I haven't played the game in months. I just needed the HUD as a little bit of like training wheels. Because it's like I don't know what like grenade launcher button is or like to switch to scope is off by heart, so I need some of it up.
It's fine. You don't have such things.
Right? Not right now, I don't.
Careful on this side of the village. There are gonna be tangos.
Could
Like
work.
those red buildings.
Gotcha. Okay, so maybe we should head for the rocky formation to the right. We can look down on them.
Sure. There is the helo that we can... There's actually a couple of helos. There's one helo, I think, or definitely one or two cars on the left side. They're yellow, so there should be rebels. I'm gonna go for those. Right, doing some ops. I think it's a minivan and a truck. Opa. And another one. You're on a roll today, Red. You got some good ghosts. Oh, and a helo. Awesome. Let's see if the 100% is going to go well. Alright, so, loot. Nothing. Loot. Mark 14. And loot. SMG 11. Whatever, I already have the skull, so it doesn't matter. But the Mark 14 I am going to get. Alright. Well, jumping the gun. I see that.
Got a tango.
One heavy. He's still alive.
Oh yeah.
Up on the thing.
Yeah,
The
I'm
rock
going to this rock
formation?
formation up here. Yeah.
Okay.
Climbing.
Copy that. I'm getting the white kilo as well.
Oh, that's so cool. The sun is shining off the glass on my site. I think that's... I mean, for my computer, what it is, like I switched out PCs, like this game looks really good.
Well, yeah. 10 years ago.
Because, yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm using a Ryzen 5 3600 and a 1660 Super. So.
I told you, Brit, you got good ghosts. Alright, I got the key for a boat. Like, we're gonna use a boat in the fucking salt flats. Yeah. You know it's mad. Heck? I know there's a way up. I just can't remember which way is that way up. Alright, there it is.
You searched the helicopter already?
Yes, the white helo and the white truck to the right. Now they're careful, because that is already the Santa Blanca area.
Yeah, I got eyes on Santa Blanca.
Also convoy passing on the main road.
Lay low or?
You should be fine. They're gonna pass on the, well, now left of you.
Oh, yeah.
Where the helo you see.
I'm indoors.
Copy that. Yeah, I'm looking
Whoa,
down at
did you
the
see that explosion outside? Are
negative.
those kind of explosions client or server based?
That should be server.
Okay, so you would have. There's a fire on the hill.
Probably, I don't see any.
Look toward. Yeah, if you look just like to the right of the convoy, there's a fire in the desert.
I think I see something. No, that's a light from a car. Oh, that behind me. Yeah, that's behind me basically.
Okay, yeah, I'm in one of those huts that's in the village.
Copy, copy.
Just coming out. I'm just working my way slowly through
Copy.
those, waiting for that convoy to pass.
I see you. I'm up on top of the rock.
Oh, okay.
We as a gaming community play games with setups that the devs didn't have. Like people play the OG Doom or the older Far Cry's. Yeah. Are you coming up here or? Because I lost you.
Yeah, I'm on my way over there.
Okay. So there is a safe house uphill past the village.
Okay.
There's a couple of heavies
Got another tango.
on the wrong side of the village. Riven games from 2013. Games from 2013. I'm playing games from 2001. Current rig. And did even earlier, 99, I think. I remember, I think it was 99 when they did SWAT 4. But like New Vegas was 2010. It's been a bit. It's been a minute. Where the heck are you? Can you not find your way up?
Hiding in a bush.
Oh. Okay, so what's happening? What are we doing? Which way are we going? Fallout 3 was my year of birth. When was Fallout 3? That's an old one as well.
Oh, God. That's like 2001, 2002, 2005?
Fallout 3 was 2008.
Oh, gee.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Up on the top.
Like there?
I don't know where there is.
I realized
now,
how like
now you're
obtuse that
like
question is.
now you're like stealth right there at the tree.
Oh, that
In a
happens
forest.
Tarkov all the time. Yeah. So we'd be on woods. It'd be like he's next to the tree. What tree?
Right.
He's right next to the tree with the rock. Like. And it's bad because you can't do voice comms. I can't just say like fucking hell, you know. Out of nowhere.
I
Are you
don't
at
know
this
where
like
you
junkyard? Like
junkyard. Heck no.
I don't know what this is.
You're at a cemetery. You're at a train cemetery. If you're
yeah,
there.
That's where I am.
No, it's the rock formation that you were talking about, right next to the village.
There? 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 That was
I'm
this way.
on top of the rock. If you see it, you should be able to see me.
Oh yeah,
am
I see
moving
you.
around.
Holy shit. Yeah, I definitely see you. Okay. That's a good one. I like that. You're just like deep, 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 deep.
I played Fallout 1 from 1997 with Tech from 2015. I don't know what was the oldest game that I played.
Oldest game that I played would be
With the new hardware.
Hitman. No, because even Hitman was like 2001. So no, it'd be Half-Life. Yeah, Half-Life, 1998.
Yeah. They're just like, whatchamacallit?
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, that's 97.
No,
Fallout 1.
Doom. Because Doom came out in 1990, and I played that on my PC. On modern hardware.
Hey there,
Doom
Lily.
will run on anything.
Right.
Hey, Lily.
Hey Lily, how are you doing? Are you sure you didn't play it only just only on your monitor?
Right? No, I played it on my keyboard. Like my keyboard has a little
Right.
LCD screen, and I love playing it on that.
Long time no type. I know, right? A few hours. Did you finish already with the repo, Lily? Where are you? I still don't see you. Oh, you are not station. You are stationary, I mean. Okay, I do see
yeah.
you.
See me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I did see you, but I thought you were moving. I agree.
What, the yawn?
Yes. I woke up at like freaking 7, 8 a.m. I couldn't
I was up
go
at like
back
8
to
a.m.
sleep.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I was up, but I didn't want to be up.
Me neither. You were up because you had to go to work, I presume.
Yeah, I had to do one install real quick. How did you get up to the tippy top?
Trey, come back.
Oh, there we go. Come on, there we go.
Did you get up?
Yep. Somewhat. I'm here.
Somewhat. Huh?
I'm like on a ledge.
Okay, keep going. No, keep going. Whichever way you
Hang
were
on.
going. The village
This
side.
way? Yeah, I know. Yeah, but it ends.
Just keep going.
Oh, I fell.
Keep going. Keep going.
This isn't it?
No.
Okay.
Okay, and there somewhere you should be able to get up.
Oh, what? Right here?
On this one.
Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay. Cool.
Wow, y'all wake up late? What the heck, Britt? What time do you wake up? Everybody's failing up all. Okay, so, which way? That way. Right there, past the village. There's a safe house that we could go to. There should be at least a couple of vehicles, probably 3, 4. "5:36? What the heck is wrong with you, Britt? Why would you wake up at that time? Late as 7. The heck? I'm waking up at 7 during the week when I have to work. Fuck that. 5:36. The heck? Hell no. And what time do you go to bed, Britt? I don't know why I'm on holiday. Alright, that does happen. You get used to it. That whenever it's holiday, you're still on the same schedule. Unwillingly. Being engraved from school days. Yeah. Do you hear anything I said, Daisy?
No, what?
What the heck? There. Past the village. See those lights up? leading to the right from the main road. That's
Are
a
they
safe
moving or are
house.
they stationary?
Stationary.
Okay. Okay.
We could go there. There should be like 3-4 vehicles that we could loot.
Where? So up there?
The way I'm pointing.
Okay, I see now. Yep. Okay. Cool. So jump. Ah! Ah!
Sure.
I mean, there's no fall damage in this game. Well, there is, but,
Yeah, there is.
but you have to fall like a lot to get hurt.
Yeah. Well, this was pretty much the limit. Wait, no. What? Nope. Bedtimes for 9, 1. Nine PM, 1 AM. Okay. Okay, so you're not you're not sleeping much. You're sleeping like 4 to 6 hours.
I went to bed at like 2 or 3 a.m. I think, and then I woke up at 8. So yeah, I hear you.
I'm not sure where you are. I kept moving.
Yeah, yeah. I'm pulling up the rear.
Alright. Like today, I got up at 6. And it's now 22:07. Right. Today I will probably, well, today is a new day for me already. I'll probably get to bed somewhere around 3-4 a.m. And tomorrow, I have absolutely no idea when I'm gonna wake up. I had a couple of times during the day today when I almost went back to sleep. The thing is, if I sleep during the day, I won't sleep during the night, so I'm not doing that. Alright, so that is 5 vehicles. 2 motorbikes, a pickup, a medic, and a helo. I'm getting a helo, which has a noisemaker drone. The ambulance, which has absolutely nothing. And because you're late to the party, the pickup, which has the KSVK sniper rifle. Do you want the sniper rifle?
No, you're good. You can take it.
I already have one.
Oh, then yeah, I'll take it.
You want that? Or do you want the Mark 14?
I do like the Mark 14. Which do you like better?
Neither, so I don't care.
Okay, I'll take the Mark 14.
Alright. It's the regular version. Be sure to reset whatever you equip. Like the parts.
Mm-hmm.
KSVK. SVK, there we go. 50 cal. I've been told to sleep more though. Hey, you probably should, Brit. You probably should. Wow. You did lose all your points. Don't worry, you get points as you're watching. I think every 10 minutes, I think it is. I don't remember anymore. Are you coming?
Yep. Yep. I got a little lost.
A little
But I
lost.
see the light now.
Okay, this time do you go towards the light?
Yes. That's where I'm going right now.
I cannot get up here. You have to the 2 bikes to loot.
Cómo me gustaba estar arreglando los cacharros.
There you are. What the heck? You went all the way on top of the mountain?
Yes. I went the wrong way.
What the heck? Alright, be sure you get the Mark 14 also equipped. And do you want the noisemaker drone?
No. 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 Scope and handgun. M1911. Okay. Where's the Mark 14? In the ambulance?
On me, so
Oh,
just
okay.
equip it.
Yep.
Are you sure you don't want a drone? To be able to look around?
Yeah, I guess I'll take the drone then.
Because I'm fine without it.
Use the noise.
Yeah, you don't have to use it. You can just use the drone itself. That's how I saved you earlier.
Oh.
I brought down the kilo with crashing the drone into it. Hey,
Oh, yeah,
Benji.
yeah, I'll take the drone.
Alright. Remove that too. Keep the gas VK, remove the Mark 14. Alright. Welcome in, Benji, welcome in. How are you doing? There you go, Brit. Now you have 50 points instead of 25. I really might have to reinstall. What, Wildlands?
Yeah, I had to reinstall it. It's getting up to, they're updating shit. Like, tell them what. Fixes, whatever.
Right. They did fix the task force. I don't know what else that they fix. But actually, I do know the public matchmaking. Since we saw last week, I can now do public matchmaking again on PC. And now you can join task force again. I always forget y'all play on Saturday. Is that the Mark 14?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, as I said, make sure you reset it.
Oh, yeah.
If you
Is there a
don't
way
have
to
it,
save the loadout?
nope.
How do I reset it?
Go into the parts section and press R.
Okay.
And the scope Wait, didn't you get the LMG? You have a scope. You can put
Yeah, it's on.
you can put the scope on your LMG.
It has a scope already on it.
And did you reset it?
Scope.
¿Cómo irá mi chulita, caray?
No tengo ni un boliviano, pues.
Did you get that handgun, by the way?
Yeah, I got an M1911. Do you want it?
Are you not using it?
Well, I'm using the compact submachine gun, but like it's back on the. I was on.
Yeah, but the M19
motorbikes.
is by default suppressed.
Oh.
The other one is not.
Oh, well, whatever.
That's why I'm asking. Because right now, neither of us, unless you get that, neither of us is suppressed.
Okay, well, it's back on the other truck, so I'm not going back for it.
Okay, never mind then. Alright, so you ready? Okay, move on. Make sure you restock once you switched.
Te estoy viendo, Conchita.
And which way we're going? We should probably go uphill to see which way we're going.
Would be nice if we could find some water and a boat. You still have those keys on you, right?
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go straight uphill. Basically where you came from.
Okay, yeah. I'm right behind you.
He says, I'm right behind you. I look back, nowhere.
Oh, there you are. I'm behind this rock.
That rock is not me.
I poked the head out and I'm just like, yo, it's me.
I think I know where this one leads. Actually, no, that should be on our right.
Where's another safe house?
No. I'm not sure, but I think that crane up there is a school. Oh yeah, this is a village. Again, go here to the right. There's a village. As long as we are staying on this side, we shouldn't have to deal with the Santa Blanca. Well, on the left side, actually. is another village, not the one that I was thinking of.
Do you want to go up to the tower? Up to the crane, sorry?
I mean, we can, but I was talking about the village to the right. Your right.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
The Tango section is on the right side of the village.
I got a target carrying submachine guns. I see a second target.
It would be nice if we could find some keys for some cars. And we necessarily have to find keys for a plane to be able to extract.
Oh shit. The fucking rebels are just shooting, the locals are just shooting the guns into the sky.
Yep. There were a couple of guys in front of you, but they are further away now.
Yeah, I see the little...
Dude, you have a drone. Look around.
Oh, right.
Drone is up. Third target there.
I see 2 vehicles. 3 on the right side. Plus 3 more motorbikes next to me.
3, 4, 5, 6.
And another truck. Van.
7.
I'm getting the motorbikes.
Okay.
Submachine gun. MPX Traveler. Let's see. What's the default on that? The default on that is I don't care. Right? Do you want it? MPX Traveler?
No.
Okay. And empty.
Noisemaker drone.
Ooh.
Do you want it?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it's... Can I just take it and give it to you?
Huh? Yeah.
Okay. I'm grabbing it. Blanca.
Right here. You can
Okay.
take it.
Okay. There you go.
Thank you.
Yep.
Noisemaker drone. The 2 of them are coming towards us on the right, from the right.
Oh shit, I see them. Okay, I've got an idea.
That didn't do anything.
How close do you have to be? 15 meters? 12 meters? 10?
I don't know.
Holy
That
crap!
didn't do anything
You gotta be like
either.
right next to them. Yeah, you gotta be like right next to them. Oh,
There you
shit.
go.
Go away. Now they got my attention. Now I got their attention.
Yes, and they're coming here. Oh, they stopped. Okay.
Yeah.
You have the
Okay,
pistol.
now do you want to shoot him in the back? Yeah, do you want to shoot him in the back of the head? I'll take the one on the right.
We're gonna be loud.
So?
Yeah.
I think they're the only hostiles in the area.
No,
I'll take
no
the
they're
one on
not.
the right. Oh, well.
Alright.
Okay. Yeah. 3,
3, 2, 1.
Tango down.
Yeah, we're fine.
Drone is airborne. Got another
You
tango.
even had one marked
Marking target. Watch the background.
Where?
further back.
Oh, the
The
only
other
one I
side.
see is the one that's inside the. He's like in the carport right now. The one wearing
Yeah,
the
that's
black
the one
tank
that
top?
you had marked. And I
Hey,
don't know about
sniper on
that.
the roof.
Oh, okay.
But there are 5 more.
Oh, I see another one on the roof. I got a helo. Oh, and then there's one there. Okay, so I got 3 more. Oh, another one coming down the way.
There are a total of 5 more. Besides these 2. One is up road. One is coming towards us from the left road.
Yeah, I see him.
I guess he also saw your drone or something.
He's
Or,
what is he
well,
doing? He's like
started
checking
seeing.
he's like smelling the flowers or something.
Yeah, he did go back. I don't know why.
Oh, now he's walking down.
And the other one on the opposite side of the road. Also coming towards us. Nope, he stopped in a corner.
I mean, do we have the knife on us always? Is that like standard
Yeah.
standard issue? Okay.
You have the pistol. You are silenced.
Hang on.
There are 2 guys in here in the garage. Fuck it, I'll go for it. If I go down,
I got a
I'll be
little-
in the garage.
Okay. Got a little K truck here. I want to alert before you engage.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Too late.
Did not find anything.
Going loud.
I got you back, bro.
2
I was
down.
silenced. Yeah.
You are, but I wasn't.
Okay.
And he wasn't when he shot.
I know. that's
There's
what
still
fucking-
the heavy, so careful. He's gonna rush us.
Oh, you're pushing me up. Yeah, you were pushing me out of the wall, out of the cover.
There
there.
he is.
He's right there. He's right there. Do we have grenades or no?
No.
Is he dead? No. Oh! What the?
No, but I was right next to you.
I didn't even see you go down. I heard you like, and then he teleported because he was on the right hand side, and then I looked away and looked back, and he was over on the left hand side.
Ah, wonderful. Well, I guess they still didn't fix the desync issues. Alright. Well. Back to nothing. For me anyway.
Well, I died too.
Oh yeah, we don't really have a fixed rule for this.
Gotcha.
Sometimes we reset. Normally, we would have to restart, like, from the beginning.
Gotcha.
But, yeah.
Just keeping it casual.
Yeah.
I
I
got a
still
truck here.
reset the inventory, though. Alright, I'm going back down. Oh,
And mines. I found some mines. Oh, there's a keep. Oh my god. I'm such an idiot.
yeah.
And
That's what
bike.
puts it in the...
I realize that now. The code, like the blocks. That's your.
That's so you know
explosive
what
drone,
you
nice.
can use,
Yes, I understand that.
that list. I searched a blue car which had absolutely nothing in it.
I got an explosive drone.
Good, you can look around again.
Yeah. And I've got mines.
Shotgun M4 Super 90. Yes, please. I'm getting some water trucks right now. And MK48 Wasteland LMG. So, LMG, MK48 Wasteland, and shotgun. M4 Super 90. Right. Do you want either of the two?
Of which, sorry?
Shotgun or LMG? Well, the LMG I'm not sure if you have. It's the MK48 Wasteland.
I'll take the shotgun.
Frag out.
Oh, shit! I just threw a grenade by accident.
I saw that.
How do I... Yeah, my camera is like out far when I holster my weapon. How do I... Thank you. Okay. Oh, there you are. Yes, shotgun. Which shotgun was it?
M4 Super 90.
Oh, I don't have that one.
Okay, then check for the Wasteland. MK48 Wasteland LMG.
Nope.
Okay.
Out of my way, chicken.
I mean, we can also, if we don't find anything for you, we can also kill some and you can pick up their weapon.
Right. So I would just pick up the gun like I normally pick up a gun.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, did you check this blue truck over here?
Nope. I went the other way. I went towards them again.
El Bosquito.
Whatchamacallit?
I have that. Yeah, SPAS 12.
Yep.
Nice. Okay, I got
Alright, there you go. I think I do have to reset this. Oh no, it is reset. Okay. Oh, there I see 3, I think. Yeah, 3 bikes down the road in a parking lot. Going for them. You are idling in a wrong spot.
Sorry.
I'm good, but you won't. If Unidad comes around, you won't be.
Okay, now I'm in the bushes.
I'm checking the bikes that I was talking about.
Oh, I never checked those.
Noisemaker. Another M4 Super.
Oh.
And nothing. Alright, so we do have both drones again.
Nice. Don't let me forget, I've got the explosive one. It's like, oh, let me just use the noisemaker.
I mean,
yeah.
If you want, we can swap. I have the noisemaker.
No. Oh, no. I'm just saying, like, I don't want to, like, set it off or whatever by accident.
Okay.
As long as I remind myself, we're okay. But, like, me telling you to tell me is just me reminding myself.
Okay. Alright, uphill there is a unit at checkpoint.
Oh yeah, I
Up
saw
the
that.
road,
The
I
big
mean.
gray building. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh,
It's like a
I
gray building
think
with a gate. Yeah. Oh no, yeah. Sorry, I see it. Looks like a border crossing.
yeah, there should
Deploying
be
drone.
like 2 or 3 unit at here as well.
Just spotted one with
There's
submachine
one.
guns.
Is
Deploying
it
the
just
drone.
one? No,
Marking a
there's
tango.
2.
He's close to that local.
One underneath the gate, I guess, and the other one near the car. And is there any inside? There's none inside, so it's just those 2. We could get those 2, loot their bodies, and loot the 2 trucks. Cars.
Jeez. Okay.
LT
Yeah.
passing by. I'm moving towards them. I'm uphill from them.
They're coming down towards us. One of them is on the other side of the highway now.
Yeah, I see the one closest to you. Oh, I guess closest to you.
Yeah, I'm moving in. Gonna try and get a close encounter.
See that? Me too for the other one next to the building.
Yeah, I've got this nice rock hill here. I think I might be able to get a knife kill, but we'll see.
One down. The one near the building.
Oh, there we go. Oh. Oh, that was close. Oh, that was close. Turn around. Oh, now he's on the phone. He's talking to his wife. Oh, now he's off the phone. And now he's got his gun out. Okay.
I lost sight of him.
Yeah, I've got him. Oh shit!
What the heck? Are you sure you got him?
I'm working on it. Whoa!
Fuerzas enemigas detectadas. A todas las unidades. Disparen a voluntad.
Thank you. Thank you.
I cannot confirm that he's down.
Okay, he's
I
dead.
guess he is. Loot his body. Loot his body.
Oh yeah, right. Did not find anything useful.
Oh, never mind. I looted one of
Did
the
you loot
cars.
Okay.
I am still there.
Did not find anything useful.
This one has the US desert.
Oh, something's driving by. What is that? Ah, that's Unidad. That's
Horsemans. Ow.
I didn't kill you, did I? Oh shit! No, there's no friendly fire.
No, you didn't kill me like that.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say. Because I shot someone, and it's like, and then you went down.
No, they shot me.
Yeah.
The LMG that I had is not upgraded, so it takes multiple rounds if they are alerted. Alright, another reset. Come on, dude. We're better than this.
I don't know, man. This is my first time playing this game in like months. Oh yeah, reset.
Okay, I see one approaching the gate. And I see the other one wherever you killed him last time.
All I hear is do. I'm good. We got one target down.
The other one as well.
I heard that. All right, let me loot. Oh, he's got a gun.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotta pick
Forget to
this
get
up.
it.
Yep, I got it.
This one has nothing on him besides that gun.
Okay, I'm gonna loot this
Oh, there's only one vehicle this time.
truck here. Super short legacy. I'll grab it.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I have.
Super shorty legacy.
Oh no, I don't have it. Okay. You can grab it if you want. It's in this truck. I don't have it. I do want to grab these med supplies like for the character though.
These supplies will buy us a lot of goodwill from the rebels.
Alright. Well, I guess let's keep on. Keeping on.
Super shorty legacy.
Oh, and there's an ammo crate here.
Legacy. There we go. Yep.
Nope, can't get up that. Yep, there we go. Alright, yeah, let's head towards the crane. There might be construction vehicles around there that we can search. Ooh, there might be a killdozer.
Yeah, that's okay.
The armored front end loader.
No, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I just
But in
recognized
America,
the place.
Yeah, but in America, like almost 20 years ago, some guy went crazy because they were going to demolish his house, or they were going to demolish his like the road going to his business. Like they built a highway around it, so it blocked access. And so he tried to reason with them, and then instead he just went on a rampage. So yeah.
This is gonna have a bunch of tangos.
Nice.
Each sniper tower has a sniper.
Nice.
Just to start with.
Okay.
I'm looking at a small group of tangos.
And it has let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 5 or 6 sniper towers. There are 2 construction vehicles that I can see already. The sniper is down in the closest.
Something already saw me. Or was that your shots?
I didn't shoot, no.
Okay, yeah, something saw me.
They
Sniper
seem
up
chill.
there.
Okay, maybe he didn't see
Spotting
me.
another tango.
Are you talking
Yeah, I
about
think
when you start being seen?
Yeah. I thought they
That
were
was
shooting
exactly
at me.
the sniper that I got.
Oh, okay. Oh shit, there he is right there. Top of the stairs. He just moved. That's not you, is it?
I am in the sniper tower.
Okay, that was totally you.
Yes.
Because you're not dressed in your Milson.
In my usual, right.
Yeah.
Okay, there is one coming down
I see
from
a
the
guy with glasses, and I
helipad.
was like, is that you? Yeah. Okay.
Aware,
Yeah, I
well
see him on
aware,
the stairs.
suspecting.
Carrying submachine guns. Eyes on a small group of tangos.
I see him on the stairs. Does he have anybody around him?
Yes, another guy underneath. And I'm being spotted. Oh, the other sniper.
I got another. That's 5.
This is gonna be a problem. I am pretty much stuck up here.
eliminated.
I didn't do it.
You can do what?
Exactly.
The target eliminated? Well,
Target
I
down.
didn't kill anybody, so...
Visual
And it
detection?
is just the two of us. Everybody is suspecting, probably because of the shot, or I don't know, but just suspecting.
Let's just chill.
Okay, now they're fine. They went back to their business.
Okay.
I don't remember. Did I loot his body? Yeah, whatever. I don't find anything anyway. Come on, don't freeze
Oh my
on me.
God. I'm in the tube.
I'm still in the same sniper tower. I'm stuck because the other sniper is looking this way.
Yeah. Ooh. I found another Santa Blanca. I'm gonna see if I can get him to come towards me or... No.
Kinda want to shoot him, but I'm not sure who is around.
Drone is up.
Did you find a drone?
Hang on. No, I pulled out the drone by accident.
Ah.
I can take out the sniper if you want.
The one at the main entrance?
The one that is on the far left-hand corner.
No, I need
that the main entrance?
one, no, on the right of me.
Okay. I only see the ones on the left of you. Is it this
Yeah,
one here?
I see those two as well.
Yeah, it's too dark in there. I can't see him.
I'm gonna take him, but we might...
Set them off.
If there's anybody close
I see the alarm. I see the alarm. So if you set it off, I'll take out the alarm, and then we'll back off, wait for them to push, and then push back.
I'm moving. I got him. I'm moving down.
Yep.
And away from this tower.
Alarm's down.
Copy that.
That
Okay,
tango's down.
they're just suspecting. One is going towards the helipad.
Another sniper down.
Copy that.
I'm prone on top of the helipad.
Copy. There's one in the corner where you entered.
10-4.
Okay, he's moving back.
Is he underneath
again?
me?
Yes.
Oh, hang on. Unidad helicopter.
Yep.
Okay. Oh.
Target number 2, there.
Oh, that was so satisfying.
He's coming out again, moving towards the helipad. Or moving towards where you were, I guess. I don't know. Lost eyes.
No, I'm on the opposite side.
Got another tango.
Oh.
You're
I see
next
him
to
now.
each other.
Yeah.
Hold your fire,
go in.
Unidad.
Yeah. Target
Nice.
down, CQB.
Yep. I saw that.
I got another one here.
Curious. Another one where I came in from. suspecting.
I got one right beside me. Target down.
Okay.
Target down. Nice kill.
That one down. And he has a scorpion's claw.
Damn it. We're hot.
I hear that. Are you still good though?
Yep, I'm still. Ah, damn it!
You were.
Just took down two civilians as I got fucking gunned down.
The civilians don't count to be able to.
Friendly fire, friendly fire.
Okay, well, now this is gonna be interesting. So I don't know exactly where you were. Well, I know you were somewhere further in. And now that they're hot, freaking heavies. Why are you all coming this way? Sheesh, how many did you piss off?
The rest of
like
them?
7 of them.
Yeah,
Bunched
the
up
rest
right
of
here.
There was like 3 of them. Just like gunned me down right there.
A good thing you took out the alarm at least. What? Shit. Son of a bitch, I'm gonna die. Came up behind. I knew I should have moved out. Right. Alright, you're just downhill from them. But not on the same side. We are further around to the left from where we were. And this is problematic. This entrance. Okay, so the opposite side of the encampment, on the other side of the main road, there is another sniper tower, skeleton one, with a sniper up there, and another tango somewhere below. I'm going to take those two. or attempt to anyway.
Okay, I'm over on the opposite side. I'm on the main entrance side.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
on the main entrance side as well, on the opposite side of the road.
I've got one guy down. I wish you could lean.
This sniper is down. Let's see. P90 Glory submachine gun. Fuck yeah. P90 Glory. Awesome. This is silenced finally. Unidad patrol passing.
I've got a sniper rifle and I've got one of those Santa Blanca assault rifles, and I'm just looting a
Okay.
body. Found a car key. Let's go.
Nice.
Cool. We just need some gas.
They do have gas.
Oh,
By
well, we gotta
default.
siphon the tanks. Yeah, it's just how many cars are around depending on which car we take.
Yep. It's 1 minute per car.
Okay.
Where the heck is this other guy? He disappeared. There you are.
Just spotted one with submachine guns.
Nothing. Nothing. There. Tractor. Let's see what the tractor holds for us.
You wanna drive the tractor?
No, not drive, and loot. Absolutely nothing. Wonderful. Alright, well, I think I got everything from this side of the road.
They got alarms rigged up. I shut the damn alarm off.
I'm just sitting across from you. I'm on a sniper tower.
Yep. I saw you. When you went up. So, what do you want to do?
I'm thinking. I got 2 bogeys in front of me. 3 bogeys in front of me. I've got non-suppressed weapons, and they are not moving around. I'm like right across. I'm in the courtyard kind of area, or just like up on top of the courtyard, and yeah, we either have to push in hard, kill everything all at once, or pick them off one at a time. That one that's on closer to your side is wandering away.
I'm not there anymore.
Oh.
I'm right here at the bottom of your...
Oh, I see you. Okay, yeah, I see you. Right there. Oh, hang on, I gotta change the battery on my headset. Oh, shit. Oh, okay, we're good. I got a ding from being spotted. Give me 1 sec, I'm gonna lose comms for a second.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Okay.
Unit
yeah.
dead passing again.
I think we should just try and push in fast. Maybe pick them off from here, maybe.
Or we could go to an easier place.
Oh, okay, you want to break out? Yeah, break out.
I mean, you got weapons.
Yeah, I got guns.
I got weapons. You got the car keys.
Yeah. Do you want to grab a car from here?
There is one on the other side.
Okay, cool.
And no, I'm not referring to the tractor.
No killdozer?
No. Well, not that it's too much better, but still.
You found a truck. It's like an old derelict truck.
It's one of those
this is our
locker
car?
trucks.
This is our ride? What the hell? No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Okay, that's not too bad.
I recommend going left.
All right, I'll drive.
1 minute, I'm ready.
You ready on the timer? Yeah,
Yep.
let me just grab the controller. Controller sync up. Yep, okay, cool. Go.
Definitely go.
Oh shit. Shit. Evasive maneuvers. Jesus Christ.
What the heck?
Right or left? Right or
Please
left?
don't. Whichever. Off-road even if you have to. Just get rid of Unidad. At this point it doesn't matter. You got 35 seconds to get rid of them. No, not here, not here. This is
Oh,
the
shit.
dead end. 20 seconds.
This is not good. This is not good. Oh my god. Bro, why did you let me drive?
You had the keys.
That's true.
5 seconds. Alright, you can stop.
Well, we lost them.
Right. We're back where we died the first time.
This is what playing Wildlands is like with me. I'm just gonna make a run for it. Right to Libertad.
Right. Okay, sure. You're going the wrong way. You're going exactly the opposite way of Libertad.
This way. Go this way. This way? Am I going the right way now?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm gonna go in here. I do have a silenced SMG.
Okay. But I can take the car key with me, like I don't lose it.
Right.
On
You
one
will
car.
have
Okay.
you will have the car keys from this point on. You are able to use cars.
Got it.
Being a helo. Oh shit, being spotted. Fucking sniper. Okay, never mind. Moving out. Fucking snipers with their evil vision.
Bro.
Don't go
oh
in.
my god.
I just said go moving out.
Yep.
Alright.
Yep, I did hear that. I did hear that.
Yeah, you
I
heard, but you
say
didn't
that.
comprehend. Huh?
I was like, go this way. Okay. Goes in the direction.
Okay, so that's at least 4 tangos confirmed. From which one of them is the heavy that killed you. And I am in the worst place possible. Die. Okay. I will be back.
Okay.
Yeah, to get rid of them first. That is the heavy, I think.
No están aquí esos putos, ya se largaron.
Heavy is down. At least 3 more confirmed. Wait, where the fuck did I kill him? Oh, here. Okay, there. Deimos crossbow.
Damn, that's gonna hurt in the morning.
Oh, thank you. Oh my god.
Once again,
Now
at
it's like-
least 3 more.
Okay, 10-4.
They are unaware now. But I'm not sure where they are.
Do you have an extra drone?
I don't have any drone.
Oh, I thought you had the drone.
Nope. Not since the last death.
I have a helicopter here. I'm gonna loot it real quick.
I looted the helicopter already.
Okay.
There is a tango though. Passing. Past the helicopter for you.
I'm inside the building. I hear him singing.
He's down.
No,
So-
I got another one singing.
That's 2 more at least, yep.
Going up.
I'm looking at a small group of tangos.
Made that 3 more.
Nothing in the bedroom. Oh, there I got eyes.
Handgun whisper. Yeah. Careful with the running.
Yeah.
They do hear that.
Okay.
That's right. Handgun. What's the whisper? Whisper. There we go. Do you want the... Do you have the whisper pistol?
Déjenos ir, usted puede. Yo sé que usted puede. Ábranos la puerta.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Alright, get that so that you have something silenced as well.
Libérenos, por
Got it,
favor.
yep.
Se lo pagaremos bien.
The whisper gone. Do you want the Deimos crossbow?
Sure.
Alright, take that too.
Sure. Yep.
Then you have 2 silence things.
Yeah, two
Two guys.
silent guns.
Go down. there
The
was
fucking Whisper
is.
only has iron sights though.
It's a friggin' pistol.
Well, yeah, but
Nothing from the pistols has anything but iron sights.
I guess.
Okay, there, that building. There's one upstairs.
Oh, I found another crossbow on this guy.
Acá, hermano. No se vaya, somos gente de campo, déjenos ir. Solo queremos ir con nuestras familias. Dios lo está viendo desde el cielo, ¿lo sabe?
Can we release these guys?
No, don't you dare.
That's
They're
a
gonna
bad
fuck
idea.
up everything.
Okay, okay. Well, that's why I asked. That's why I asked.
You guys down upstairs. And let's see what they have. A Type 95 LMG. And nothing.
No se vaya sin sacarme, hermano.
Right. Maybe now it's clear. But I'm not sure. Still have 1, 2, 3 vehicles here. Four vehicles. 5. We have a few vehicles.
Who the fuck is talking? Is that the fucking hostages?
Yep.
Just like, dude, shut the fuck up. You guys won't shut up. It's like
let them
11
out
PM
now.
at night. Let them out? Okay.
Yep. Let's test if there's anybody else alive.
Okay, they're free.
Copy
Yeah,
that.
pistol is quiet.
So there are 4 cars on the road. You can go for those.
Okay. Not what I wanted to do.
I just saw the lights come on.
So we get 5 minutes of driving. Which car should we take?
First loot them. Because we still need the plane keys.
HTI, Mighty Bomb.
One more alive. Upstairs. Closest building to you.
Key helicopter.
Nice.
Keep.
Okay. That guy's down.
Okay, I'm going up for a better vantage point. Oh, I see you.
There's
that
a guy
pallet is just-
right there in front of you.
Oh,
You can
really?
loot him. That's the one that I killed.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like a guy. Like a live one. Did not find anything you. Okay. Well, there's a helicopter around here, isn't there?
Yep.
Yeah, right there.
On the opposite side of this building that I am at.
Okay, well, I'm at the helicopter whenever you're ready. Do you want to fly the helicopter? I'll give the key to you.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Helicopter. Alright. Air vehicles have 2 minutes. Not 1. Go
I
fuel.
got it. I'll fly.
Okay. Because like the takeoff and landing time. That makes sense.
And because there are way less of them around.
Got you.
Alright, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Are
Ready.
you starting the timer?
1 sec. So 2 minutes?
Yep, yep.
Yep, okay, ready.
Alright, started.
Started.
However, we still need to find a plane key. Alright, let's see. This is... what's it called? I don't remember. Antonio's province. And there should be a safe house up here.
One minute and 10 seconds.
Copy.
Whoa. I got eyes on a big fucking house.
Welcome to Shea, Beauty Queen. We should drop in and say
You
hello.
can stop
Bowman says she's in Peru at the
and
moment.
add 4 minutes.
But a little recon couldn't hurt.
1, 2, 3, 4. We're at 4:50.
Nice. Alright, so 2 helos, 1 car, and 2 bikes. The car has nothing in it. Alright, you do the bikes, I'll do the helos.
Did not find anything.
Helo empty. Ooh, there we go. 5-7 blacklist. Fuck yeah. Alright. I'm waiting in a helo whenever you're ready.
Nope, just kidding. I am on my way. Just looking for some an ammo. Oh, yeah, there is an ammo crate right there. Okay.
Here. I think we're gonna move. Yeah, we're gonna move to Barrachos, the airport, and its surroundings.
Okay, I'm ready when you are.
Alright, go ahead.
Okay. Coming up to 4 minutes. Yeah, 4 minutes.
Barrachos Airport up ahead. Stay sharp. It's under SB control.
How does a drug cartel just take over a fucking airport?
I guess
You
when
can
they threaten to
stop
shoot any
and put it
departing
a
flight
full
out of the
tank.
air,
You figure it's safer to take the train.
Top. Full tank.
Checking the plane. The big one.
Okay, I'll check the fuel truck over here.
Copy. SMG-11 Dragon compact machine gun. Unit at helo above.
Super shorter. Yeah, I hear it. 10-4. I will stay down. Okay, I got another. You looted the big plane, right?
Yep.
Okay, I got the little plane over here.
Right, I'm going for the tanker.
Item map. Nice, I got a map.
Nice. You can use the map, the in-game map.
Oh, the in-game one. Okay, cool.
Yep. Yeah, the other one you could use anytime. The one on the website.
Okay.
Tanker is empty. There's a minivan at a terminal you can also get.
Oh, yeah, I see it. A truck just pulled
Got a
up. There's
target
another
carrying
fuel truck over
submachine
here.
guns.
I see
another plane over here.
that. And I think that was a Tango.
That was driving the truck?
Yes. There are a couple of Tangos here at the checkpoint at the entrance to the airport, and I killed the one of them. He was also trying to pull away with another car.
Light machine gun, Limvato.
Deimos crossbow and the Deimos crossbow. Wow.
Like, you're the one who wrote the code for this game?
I know, but still.
The RNG
And
is
empty.
like, I've got a parking lot. Cars.
Yeah, same.
Nothing useful. Get off of the... Nothing useful. Key, plane.
Fine, I fucking Lee.
Keep.
Definitely.
Where are you?
Behind you.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it was literally in this. It was in this guy here.
Yep,
When I went to
saw
search
it.
this one. Yep.
Awesome.
Giving you the key. Boop, boop, boop.
Okay. So
Cool.
we're gonna actually fly there then with a plane.
Yeah. All right.
And also a full wait, is it?
Full
Yeah,
tank?
a full tank.
Mhm.
It was like 4 minutes.
Those are like plane, our helicopter, plane. We still had 2 minutes. Sorry. We still had 2 minutes left in our tank.
I just moved this.
Yeah.
Actually,
You
no,
wanna
no,
pick the
no,
big
no,
plane?
no. Oh, we're gonna take the small one. It's
That's
easier
what I
to
was gonna
maneuver.
Yeah.
All right, ready?
Hang on. Reset. Start.
Reset.
Silver mine over there.
Santa Blanca took them all over in this area.
Keep
I
it
heard my bitches
at,
plotted
so
to match the digging for
around
them.
that
As far as the
way-ish.
miner's concerned, what's the difference between the two? One boss is as bad as another when you're trapped a mile underground.
Yeah, because there's the thing. You can actually see Libertad already from here, the city.
Oh, it's that far one?
Yep. Like straight ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Hey there, Jet.
Damn, haven't seen anything like this since I was
Last
in the
Rights mission
sandbox.
will
Sandbags,
be added
barbed
to
wire,
PC as
observation
well and will
posts.
be
Rebels must
crossplay
be giving
according
Santa
to
Blanca hell. Bet
some
these
early
cartel
leaks.
assholes never thought they'd be spending
Crossplay.
their time dodging snipers and IEDs. Karma sure can be a bitch sometimes.
Wait, what? Just the last Rights missions? Or the entire game? Because that's a huge one. If it's the entire game. Yeah, also, how are you doing, Jet? What's the timer at? DC?
Pardon?
What's the timer at?
250.
Okay. Maybe the entire game, the console upgrades are supposed to be crossplay? I just have a bad feeling about this. Knowing Ubisoft. I have a bad feeling that they just gonna... They did this definitive edition, which everybody is gonna have to buy, even us that we already have the game.
Ooh, in order to do crossplay.
In order to do crossplay and in order to have less rights. The new missions.
In order to play the new content, you have to buy the new... Yeah.
Which is dumb, because it's $99 slash 99 euros.
Legal coca farms.
So, like, can we get some legal coca here for the
Okay.
altitude?
For the altitude, yeah.
But that's like, the thing
not
is,
having
the problem
any coca.
is that other companies are
You know,
doing
first
that,
thing headquarters is going to do when we get back home.
and so
is
they
put
think it's
fists on
okay.
top.
But the altitude, it's getting hard to breathe.
Shut up.
What's the timer? I'm supposed to be going down.
130.
Okay. It's a stopgap for when the new Ghost Recon comes out. Some articles I read said free upgrade for PC. I don't know. I don't know what to say anymore.
Back home, all we ever needed for a barn was a padlock. Barns back home
And
must
as I
not
said,
have
knowing
anything worth stealing.
Ubisoft,
Not worth
I
as much as a
have a
couple
feeling
tons of
that they're gonna
coca
do the non-free version.
Hang on, let me check the map. You're going
That's okay. Wait, huh? It's right in front of us.
You gotta go.
You said Libertad Air. Fuck, you said Libertad, not Via Verde. Ah! Damn it. Never mind.
Amazing.
Okay, you can stop the timer. We're on now. And you can add... Now you can do full tank, because there are 3 planes here. But I think you have to have Narco Road and Pollen Coast expansions to get it free. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know. I'm so confused about what the fuck Ubisoft is doing with this. Are you ready? DC?
Yeah, sorry.
Alright, you can start a timer.
Full tank? Or...
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. Started.
Okay. I don't know, but I guess we'll see. When? On the 20th? Or was the 20th something else? I don't know, I know it's this August. I don't remember when. The console upgrades are confirmed, but the PC one is still a bit muddy on the details, but the console upgrades will be crossplay. Yeah, the console I saw that they're gonna add like 60 FPS, 4K, stuff like that. I don't recall reading about crossplay.
Is that
Where am I going?
Pyrolusite mine?
It's honestly more modern than I was
That way.
expecting.
The locals can thank Santa Blanca for that.
They actually ought to thank him for that, right? The cartel built the mine and everything. Probably
Okay.
safer than the other mines around here, too.
But I don't know, the console doesn't really concern me. I don't even own a console, so... I mean, it would be nice to be able to play with console people as well. some people
30
from the
minutes,
community.
30 seconds. Or 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you. Some of the people in the community have it on console only. So it would be nice to be able to play with them as well. But I want to know what's happening with the new content for us that already have everything. Right there is Libertad. What I do wonder though is still if those new missions are gonna be the same as Operation Oracle, the introduction to the new Ghost Recon. Ubisoft's official Ghost Recon account teased more news for... Oh, the 6th, August the 6th, there we go. Then August the 20th is something else, I don't remember. Oh, I remember what, is the Stalker DLC. New Hopes or whatever it's called. Duty versus Freedom. It's August the 6th. Coinciding with the series' 25th anniversary and Gamescom, yep. Is it a timer?
1 minute, 45 seconds.
Copy. There is no official confirmation that the Ghost Recon Wildlands, a new Last Rites mission, supports crossplay, but the definitive edition's current gen releases is expected to be cross-platform between PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. So we will have to get Wildlands again for another 100 euros to be able to play crossplay. We have to repurchase certain DLC. I don't know. As we will see in 4 days.
30 seconds about now. Oh shit, it did the fucking audio.
Oh yeah, I did add that.
20.
Alright. We're here. Or upgrade to an edition of some sort. Knowing Ubisoft, they will try to squeeze the lemon to the last drop. Yeah, exactly. So I don't think there's gonna be any upgrade. It's gonna be you either buy the definitive edition or you stay on this one, but you won't have the new content and the new stuff. But who knows? Maybe there will be a miracle.
Alarm over here.
Alarm down.
Alarm's off.
So Jet, how are you? Are you still in the plane?
No, what, me? No, I'm here beside
Ah,
you.
okay. Beside me.
Was.
Got another tango.
I moved left, still outside the fence.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I got a third target.
It is 3 confirmed, 4 confirmed Tango so far. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Enemy marked.
Whatever.
MX5.
4 of them nearby.
I think that's 8.
I got eyes on a sniper. Eyes on a small group of tangos. Enemy spotted.
The corner of the runway clear. That doesn't make sense for the purpose of it though. It's supposed to bring back in players and gain interest again. While they make
Yeah,
a
it's
new
like people aren't
game.
gonna want to spend people aren't gonna want to spend $100 just to play a game that's 10 years old.
I think if they charge for this, it may put off some people because they will have to buy the new game when that comes out. They can charge too much for this if they do, in my opinion. Oh yeah. That's what would make sense, right? But unfortunately, Ubisoft did some things that didn't make sense
Got some
before.
light panels here.
The heck, you're all the way on the other side?
Yeah. Loot and loot. Suppressor.
Good man. Just been prepping things IRL. Jade wants to come back here. Yeah, I remember. I was about to ask. Didn't she come back yet? You didn't say when it would happen. I thought it might have happened already.
Fuck off. I shot him in the head like 3 times. I'm on fucking extreme. I'm dead.
Alright. No. Where the fuck? Son of a bitch, sniper.
Oh no.
I knew I should have not stood up.
Talk about me being in the open.
What?
I said you talk about me being out in the open. You're taking a book out of you're taking a page out of Dead Crumb's book.
Nope. We're gonna let her finish off the school year there so she doesn't have to redo it here. Oh, she's not done yet? Wait. So you guys still have a school there?
It's like August.
Isn't it whatchamacallit? Vacation? Yeah, the school year there is different from here. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, fuck this shit. I am not resetting. I don't wanna walk around another 3.5 hours to find a plane key.
We can just extract.
Target is down.
Nice.
But the other one ran.
Oh shit. Sniper. Sniper. Oh my god.
I see that.
And reinforcement. Oh, you took cover.
Don't fucking hell.
They just went all militia on your ass.
Gonna come in here, aren't they? Nope, they're going back. Okay. Alright. I'm fine with that. Are you fucking kidding me?
Come on, you got this.
Can't really do jack shit here. Year starts June there and ends in April.
So weird.
The Oz is August to May/June.
You got one running up? Sorry, eating him up. Another one at the door. Another one running
A
up.
fucking sniper. Sniper saw me.
Yeah, he's got a light. He's got that fucking heat on him. You got two bogeys. Oh,
Fucking
damn.
knew it. Okay, wait, let me reread that. Starts June, ends in April. And what, she finishing high school now? '11th year. So, I cannot talk today. So she will still have to do one more year there. Where the fuck are we? Why are we here? The fuck? If all goes to plan, she will be a senior when she comes here, then college. Okay. Oh, we're here. Okay, never mind. But, oh, wait. So she has to finish 11 there, 12 year, then uni. How you gonna do it if she finishes April? Like, she's gonna be missing like half a year or something.
I'm looking at a small group of tangos.
Sniper's down.
Where is okay.
Eyes on a small group of tangos.
Heavy down.
Ah, you fucking...
Shitballs.
I'm on the fucking tower. Like on the first one.
Okay. That's the tricky part, but we can make arrangements so she can finish off her credits and be able to transfer her records here and still be able to start on time. Actually, I have to finish earlier there, similar to what my sister and I did when we migrated here. Okay. Do I have a drone? No, I don't. Oh, there are 2 guys, 1 down, 1 up. Never mind, there are 4 guys. Or one of them is civilian, but anyway, at least 3.
2 beside me.
Yeah, 1 below.
I think the helicopter keeps flying around.
It's the reinforcement helo, I guess. Yep, that's a white one, so they're reinforcement helo. Took out the alarm. My Corvette money is going for college now. Stash it. Right. How is it going with the work? Are you set with that?
Estamos por todas partes sin nada. Los culeros ya se fueron.
Alright. They're chill. Now, where the heck is the helo? I think it's back.
Unidad helo passing by. No, it's still there. It's over on your right hand side.
I see it.
Unidad chopper on your left.
I have a position, but haven't started yet. Probably after this month. I'm still taking care of things around here, like I mentioned earlier. I see. Oh, but hey, if you already have a position, if you already have the position for sure, then that's great. Boy, go up. I think you did. The helo disappeared now. Oh, never mind, he did. And another one. Of course, now run down here. You started seeing me. Die! The fuck? Half a clip in you and you don't die.
I think you got one coming down towards you.
Yeah. That's that as well. Hopefully nobody else is coming. I'll move away from there anyway. Yeah, Jeff is the owner of the company. He said he got something for me when I'm ready. That's the problem. You're using clips when that guy uses mags. What the, you know what I mean. The fuck?
He's not wrong. It's magazines. Magazines.
It just, I don't believe that it was just these guys. Where's everybody else? Yeah, that one's still alerted, so they are all alerted. But where are they all? Right, I'll attempt. That one's not alerted. The heck?
Oh shit.
Mortars should be added to this game mode. I guess it could be possible somehow to think about how you would get mortars. You move out of there.
I'm upstairs right now.
Okay.
Coming down.
What do you see? Never mind.
I already came down. I didn't see anything.
You need to get one of the big planes to extract. And that's exactly where the tangos are as well. Now, which I don't see. I see only one of them. They're heavy. Walking unaware. I'm going up into the tower.
I'm turning off the radar jammer.
Copy. Okay, that's another one. So
Where? Where did you
closest
see me from?
finger.
Oh, the helicopter. Shit.
You see, the GW finally have shareable missions. Yeah, I saw something regarding that, and that people are already talking about 0.5, that it's gonna change the entire game again. And they're gonna be adding the, what do you call it? The crafting. Ground Branch had a huge update too. Ground Branch
Tango down.
Didn't
just have a huge update. Ground Branch released. That's what the huge upgrade
Yeah,
was for Ground Branch. Okay, I think they are all unaware. No, not all of them. At least 2 of them are still, or 3 of them are still aware. I'm not even sure how
Which
to
the one that's
explain.
singing right now?
They're kinda in front of the terminal.
Oh, you
Like,
mean the 3 that I
between-
just killed?
And no, they're still alive.
Okay, well I
They're
just killed
aware they're behind cover. Between the terminal and the closest plane to you.
Oh, that's the terminal. Okay, yeah, I got it. I got her.
The new map is inspired from some airsoft arena.
Oh shit, the fucking
Yeah,
heavy saw me.
those 3.
Yeah, I see him now. I see him.
There's also a heavy at the terminal. Plus those 3 in front of you. Plus a few more at the hangars. Did I? No. Oh, we reset. I lost the sniper rifle. Oh well. I don't know if I can do anything with this, but I'll attempt. Oh, I got him once. And he's not the one that would die that easily.
Jesus Christ. you see that one too?
Incoming, fast,
Oh,
heavy.
fuck.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Gonna get
I heard him.
the fuck out of here real quick. About the new map, I didn't see the new map, so I don't know. I need another weapon. Something for a longer range.
Ya sacamos la pinche guarida de esos güeyes y no hay nada ahí. Vamos a seguir buscando y dar con su pinche rastro.
They are aware still. Empty. Are those civilians? I think those are civilians. Go on. We just need them to go back to their places.
No hay nada aquí. Los culeros ya se fueron.
That sounds about right. But it just sounds. They're still aware. Some of them. I swear. Die. I don't know where this one ran. Wonderful. Keep forgetting that my gaming chair has a massage. You with your massager gaming chair. Where are they and where are you? Did they go to my last known? I guess. There's one heavy. If I shoot him, whoever is still alerted are gonna come straight for me again. He's gonna stay alive for now. Here's another one. Is that you? I think that's you. My question is if I can get you safely.
Oh my god, I see you.
When we played and completed RDR1,
There's
it was
one
pretty cool.
off to your right, crouched down.
Yeah, I
Little to
saw.
your right, okay.
That's why I'm wondering if I can get you safely.
I think. Stay there. Stay on that path. Okay. As soon as I'm up, I'm going prone.
And the other question, if he's alone. Or well, not alone, but if he's the only one that's alert, and he's not. There's another one. Where's that hangar? Alright, he is down, the other one is still up though, towards the hangar, so get down.
Okay.
Get up in a sec, Jet. I did see you...
Oh, here, another one.
I did see you streaming RDR2 though. Oh shit.
Oh, this
Wrong
guy's
button.
just civilian. This guy's just a
This one, yes, but there are still some more. One of them is alerted. It's behind whatever is towards the hangar, between the hangar and that plane. Visually, between the hangar and the plane. And I think it's a heavy. There's another heavy patrolling unaware right there at
So I
the
got two in front of
terminal.
the, one in front of the terminal.
Yes. And there's more, I think, from what I've seen at the hangars. Yeah, there's one inside the hangar or on the opposite, I cannot tell. And I think I saw another one patrolling somewhere around the hangar.
2 tangos down.
Copy. Okay, so finally played and completed RDR1. It was pretty cool. RDR2 campaign is still better, but I still enjoy part 1. It gave me the same vibe as what they did with Terminator 1 and 2. At least the lore was consistent.
Oh yeah, they're over there. I just heard a ting, 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 ting.
I still have to play RDR2. I do not see any movement. But I do know that they're there.
Yeah, they're over by the bunker.
The bunker? What bunker? The hangar, you mean?
Sorry, the hangar. Yeah,
Okay.
the hangar. Yeah, I just ran away and then went prone as soon as they started seeing me. I'm still good, I'm still good.
Copy
Okay,
that.
I'm in behind the little mechanics garage.
Copy. I am at the jammer. Okay, I do see one on the left side of the furthest hangar from you. He's unaware. I do not see the guy that was still aware from this angle. Is that another one? There's one crossing the left hangar, left to right. You should recommend everyone that have RDR2 to at least do the campaign once. I've done it 3 times, one time with good rep, the second time bad rep, and the third time for 100% completion. Okay, Heavy is going towards terminal.
I'm over at the main entrance with the guard shack.
Copy.
Okay, I'm just waiting. Okay, yeah, I'm on the opposite side of you.
Yep. Yeah, he's still going towards terminal. He's definitely gonna go there.
I don't see him yet. Oh, there now I see him.
Anytime. Yep.
Yeah, now he's just passing the guard shack now. Okay, I'm moving towards you.
Kill him.
I'm not near him now. Oh, I can go back. Hang on, I'll go back. Yeah.
Another Heavy down. At
Oh, did you get him?
No, it's another one. At the
Oh, I got him,
power.
okay.
I'm moving closer to the hangar.
Yeah, Heavy at terminal down.
Copy. Power down. One down that was stuck at one of the planes close to the hangar. Are there
Is there
ones?
still one? Oh, there's still the Heavy that killed me. I just seen him. Yeah, he's right across from the hangar on the right. He's behind a bunch of barrels.
The one aware is down.
That's him. Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
It was a Heavy, so yeah, I think so. Another one down at the back of the hangar. Falling back to the power.
Shit.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm alive, but I was getting
Where are
shot
you?
at, and I don't know from where. I'm next to the hangar, prone
Copy.
behind a plane.
I probably check the other side of the hangar. Inside and the other side. One just came out from the hangar.
I'm going in. Yeah, I just popped back in. He just saw me.
He's down.
Okay, nice. I was just about to kill him.
Moving towards the hangar again. Hey there, Leo. Welcome in.
Hey, Leo. Yeah, hey, Leo.
Inside first hangar clear. Left hangar, I guess. In between hangars clear. And I guess that one is clear as well.
Yeah, yeah. That far hangar Fire's clear.
I guess we're clear.
No hay nadie aquí. Esos cabrones estaban aquí.
Or not.
Vamos a seguir buscando. Órale.
They're
Well,
still
they're gonna
talking.
search the area. Yeah. Why is that guy wearing orange? Is his shirt not loaded in, or is that a local?
I don't know. There are a bunch of locals, so maybe. I think I saw one behind the power. I think. Cannot confirm. Moving left to right towards us. Towards the hangar.
I'm moving towards the right-hand side. I'm gonna sweep around again.
I'm inside one of the
I got him.
hangars.
Hang on, I got him by me. Over on the right. Oh, he's nading me.
Ahora seguimos con ellos. Vénganse todos en chico para acá.
I'm good still.
One down.
Nice.
Hopefully him.
Yeah, I don't see him. I think it was the same one.
He came out from the red container, started running towards us.
Yeah, that was him.
Alright, let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, agreed.
Getting into the
Yep, I see
plane
it.
closest. Okay.
I'll pilot.
Yeah.
Yes, Leo. We're extracting from Libertad. Well, we're trying to.
Libertar!
It does. It does. What Jet said.
Yeah, back.
We've reset. How many times?
4 or 5.
Something like that. I think it was 3 or 4 times just here at Libertad. And then a couple more times, or 3 more times in other places. Excellent till the bottom of the line. Alright, let me see, what were you saying about the RDR1? RDR1's timeline is actually after RDR2. RDR2 was in the late 1800s, and RDR1 was after the gang broke up in RDR2. That's my Terminator 1 and 2 reference. Well, is Terminator 1 and 2 like that as well? Timeline-wise?
Terminator 1 and 2 are good for timeline-wise, I think. In terms of like the movies. I haven't played the games.
No, just talking about the game.
Oh,
Or at least I think. Right? Alright, we extracted. Let's call it successful. No, the movies. Oh, the up, convoy. So wait, what? The movies are
Great.
two
Yeah,
before
yeah.
one.
Yeah, so, well, 1 is in 1984, which they send back the Terminator, the T-800, to go back in time to kill Sarah Connor. So then Terminator 2 is, they send back, it's in,
what the
the year
fuck?
1991 or 1994.
I'm so dumb.
When
I wasn't
John
thinking
Connor's
about the
young and
Terminator.
Yeah.
I was thinking about RoboCop for whatever reason. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's because he kept sending Terminators back to protect the son of the Sarah Connor. Yes, RoboCop. I don't know why. Just leave me alone, okay? I'm tired. I was thinking about RoboCop for whatever reason, because I know that you played RoboCop. I thought that's what you meant. Yeah, I can do this. Do you want the pet?
Coopere todo saldrá bien.
Eh?
Do you want the pet?
Oh my god.
Here's the pet.
Calmado camina.
From the Connors to the Murphys. I know. It's fine. I'm used to it. I mean, Ghost Recon is all over the place. Ghost Recon is like... So the order of the games is Future Soldier, Wildlands, Breakpoint. But timeline-wise, it's Wildlands... Oh, fuck. Timeline-wise, it's Wildlands, Breakpoint, and then Future Soldier. Where are you shooting? The blown-up cars?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey! I ordered a taxi. Why are you getting out?
Attack. There was no second explosion. What the heck? You're trying to do donuts.
I am doing donuts. I just hit a pole.
I'll drive.
Fuck!
Bumper cars.
Don't forget Advanced Warfighter with Mitchell. Well, yeah. Theoretically, if we go, then we go all the way back to the original Ghost Recons. Hi.
I'm okay. Ambulance is
Yeah,
on the way. I'll be fine.
Yeah, but you won't get the ambulance. Yeah, if we go that way, then... I don't even remember. I think the Ghost Recons... I think it's fine. Like, timeline-wise, the only one off is Future Soldier, which has to go all the way to the end. Other than that, I think it's fine with Ghost Recon. He needs the firefighters first before the ambulance can extract him. He doesn't need any firefighters or ambulance or anything. He needs the morgue. The morticians.
Crematorium.
Right. But no, you don't need that either. You
We'll leave a
were
marker so
already
the rebels can
cremated
pick up the supplies later.
in that explosion.
That makes sense.
He needs an urn, alright. It can always be worse timeline-wise, like Zelda with a split timeline or Castlevania with multiple retcons. I don't know. I don't know about those. But yeah, can definitely be worse. But yeah, either way, what I meant is like, I'm fine with the messed up timelines because it's not the first game that I play that's like that. I'm pretty sure there were other games as well that I played that were like that. I just can't remember right now.
Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto's got a few problems with its timelines as well.
I didn't really play Grand Theft Auto. like all of them that much or that.
No, for the
I
most part,
played
they've got it down
2.
pat. There's a couple.
I did
Like
play.
GTA 2?
Yeah, I did play 3 a little bit.
GTA 2 is the only one that breaks the timeline. So you have the 2D era and the 3D era. So GTA 3 and Vice City and San Andreas, and then GTA 4 and then GTA 5.
GTA
That's all the
3 is both eras. Because you could do both 3D and top-down with GTA 3.
Yeah, you could do it top-down view, but it wasn't a 2D game. It was a 3D. It's in a different universe.
Yeah.
The 2D universe, yeah. But I know what you mean. I missed that camera view. It was so great.
But yeah, so I did
but in
2. I did play a little bit of 3. I played even less of 4. I played a bunch of 5. Well, I mean San Andreas. I didn't play at all 4. And I played 5.
Yeah. I played them all.
But
Except
the
for
GTA kind of followed back as
Chinatown
though.
Wars and Vice City Stories. Those are the only 2 I haven't played. Chinatown Wars is for the Game Boy Advance only, and Vice City Stories was for the
I'm not
PSP.
I'm not even talking about the games or other platforms. Like if I take
Yeah.
Like if I take the other platforms as well, I'll have to add a few more games to Ghost Recon.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because there's Ghost Recon 2, that was I think PlayStation only or whatever. There was some Ghost Recon Predators or something that was PSP or what something. Yeah, I don't even know those. I'm just talking PC.
Yeah.
Vice City was the
Speaking of
80s.
game franchises as well, they're redoing the Hitman trilogy. I don't know if you remember, I sent you that screenshot or whatever, the link to the Steam store page. They're redoing the original. Oh. Check our
Maybe
message history.
Maybe something.
Or I might have sent it to Leo or whatever, but yeah, they're redoing the Hitman trilogy. The old one. Not the new one, obviously. The new one's pretty recent still.
Vice City was 80s when the coke epidemic was going on in the USA. 5 is early 2000s, 4 is 90s. For me, it's still San Andreas that was the best GTA. For me,
I find
personally.
San Andreas was just too much. For me, the best San Andreas was Vice City, because that's when they implemented properties that you could buy and like make money off of. Even though there was nothing to buy with the money,
The best
you
San
would be a
Andreas.
millionaire. But there's, yeah, but Vice City was the first to have that feature in the game.
Vice City I played only... I never played Vice City on my own computer. I played it only in internet cafes. San Andreas was good in my opinion. San Andreas has so much to do. that even late missions were giving you tutorials on things you could do at specific times of day. I played them all as well, starting from the PS1 top-down version.
I played GTA 1 on PC.
The first one I never played.
And then they came out with, so the studio that is now known as Rockstar North, they had them commissioned to make a mission pack for GTA 1 called London 1969, Mission Pack 1, and then Mission Pack 2, London 1968. And then, yeah, the Banshee. And then it's basically they took the game, the code and everything, just changed the assets. And it was just like driving on the wrong side of the road, and different cars, double-decker buses. It was pretty cool. And then like instead of, you know, it's like, oh, you got nicked. Instead of getting wasted, you get pinched.
Yeah, you guys have to play, what the fuck is it called? I would have to look it up. I can't remember the name right now. You have to play the medieval GTA.
Oh.
It's fucking... It's so funny. The entire game.
Are you thinking of Manor Lords, Rustler, or Achilles?
Rustler.
Rustler.
Grand Theft Horse.
Top down, a Grand Theft Horse. That's literally what it says on Steam.
Exactly. Exactly.
Dude.
Rustler, yep. That's the one. I played it through, I finished it. It's a funny one.
It's literally... Holy crap, did he just fling a horse?
It's...
With the catapult?
Yes.
Or
No,
is that a cow?
no, it's a cow.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, you can like run people over.
Yes.
And it's like their blood splatters. It's literally Grand Theft Auto, but for it's like Red Dead Redemption.
But it has like...
He just chopped his arm off.
It has... It's a funny... I can't even explain. It has some things in it that you just...
Hire... you can...
SP builds them.
Who's the guy who plays the guitar in Medieval Times? A bard?
Yes.
You can hire a bard, and he just got shot.
Yep.
Oh, he's drawn dicks on the ground.
And you have beatboxers on the corner of the street.
Pimp a horse. Oh my god. So it's like, there's like, you know, spray and pray and spray for GTA. They have the horse where you can repaint a horse.
Yep.
It's like $5 on Steam right now.
Mm-hmm. The mounted police with flashing red and blue lights. Yes, that too. The horses. The police horses. With the mounted lights. Police lights. I have 46 minutes on it according to Steam, but I don't remember playing it. I do remember watching you stream it a couple of times. I did? Oh, maybe on Discord. I don't recall streaming it like on Twitch. Maybe on Discord I streamed it. I don't remember.
Didn't expect a dam this big out here.
Yeah, the locals use it for irrigation. Seems like overkill.
I reckon somebody was optimistic about agriculture in Bolivia.
But I remember you running away and having to rent your horse. Yep.
Maybe you streamed it on Discord.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Probably there.
Yeah, because you didn't stream it on Twitch. I would have seen you stream it on Twitch, unless it was earlier than 2016.
No, this was recent. Like last year, max 2 years ago.
Speaking of which, when did you start streaming, Elon?
2011, I think.
Okay. Crazy.
But that was back on. Actually, I'm not sure if I streamed then.
No, because I streamed
just
on
did,
PS4, and that was like 2012 for me.
I was
So I
still
did a
on
little bit of
Justin TV before Twitch.
Oh, gotcha. No, this is when I was on Twitch in 2012, 2015 maybe? Yeah, maybe 2014. No, yeah, 2014 I think it was, and I was on Twitch and streaming off my PS4.
But it was 2017, basically, if I take the current. Because I'm not sure if I streamed before that. Maybe I tried once or twice. But streaming consistently and stuff, being on Twitch consistently, 2017. Like a couple of weeks after Wildlands came out. No, not a couple of weeks. 1 or 2 months after Wildlands came out. It was the last 2 years. Timer. Oh, we're done. We extracted. We're just
fucking around.
I'm just driving around while we talk.
Yeah.
Moving towards, well, theoretically moving towards the island, but kinda taking the very long way. The heck?
Cool guys don't look at explosions. Hey, this is a train track. Oh, I see.
And?
What's your thing for trains?
Man. This is almost like a train. Just a bit smaller. You said you see what I'm doing. Please tell me, because I don't know. I'm literally just driving wherever. Playing chicken with the train. Yep. Pretty much. I don't even know if it should come from the front or from the back.
Nice.
But I guess we will find out. Well, unless it comes from the back, because in that case we're faster. It will never catch up to us. But there we go again. 2:30 a.m. I did say it right too, Brit, that it's gonna be 3-4 a.m. Unidad? What? Why is Unidad after us? The heck? There's a train. That was coming
You're going
from
the wrong
the
way.
front, so this one would be coming from behind us, so it will never catch up to us. Unidad has reasons? Right. Unidad doesn't need... Unidad doesn't need reasons. Unidad will just Unidad. Could have taken the off-road Lambo.
Fucking hell!
Hey.
Yeah, what's up?
No, you landed on all four tires.
No. Not on my screen. Blah 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 woof woof. Blah 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 woof woof. Hey there, Shadow, welcome in. How are you doing, Shadow? That was a lucky recovery. Lucky. That was pure skill. There's no luck involved. I don't know what you're talking about. I taught you well. Right. Alright. Time to switch vehicles.
Sure are a lot of lights and switches up here.
Just got away from the biggest rig of lifetime in GTA RP. Got away from a chase. Got a cop down. Held. Wait. Got a cop down. Held them back up and got off of jail. Because PD had issues locking the cell. What the heck? both worse than fun kind of crime. What the heck? So you had fun? You had some fun in GTRP. Nice.
Shit balls.
Oh my god. Nice landing.
Thank you. I kind of wanted to land on the left side, but it didn't work out.
What the hell? Fuck you.
Will you walk back in the cell next time you log in? Get away 2 times from them in the chase. Nice. GG's Shadow. Okay, well, since Shadow is here, we're gonna be calling it. I'm gonna be ending the stream because Shadow arrived. But actually, in most situations, Leo, since BD has issues and they let me out from the cells at the BD station. I haven't died yet. Oh, yes, we did, Shadow. You were not here. You were not here for it. We died plenty of times. Yeah, we did the survival. And we died like, I don't know, like 7 times. 7, 8 times, something like that. Good, good. I'm happy then. Wow. Oh, I should probably close this. There we go. All right. Well, DC, thank you very much for joining, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been a while since I played Wildlands, but I'll keep it installed. Join in whenever I can.
All right. We'll see. Hopefully next week Lotus is gonna join. Maybe Rowan as well. We'll see.
Oh, nice. That'd be cool if we get a 4-man group going, yeah.
Yep.
That would be cool.
All that matters is death kills on you. Not tag Shadow. Alright, guys. But I am really going to call it. Not because of Shadow, but because it's late. Or early, some would say.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Have a good one, everybody.
Thank you, DC.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, that's right. I cannot do it. Okay, there we go. Come on, work. Just work. All right, there we go. All right, guys. But seriously, thank you very much for everybody for joining. I wish my shit would work. The heck? Oh. All right. Okay, now I'm really gonna call it. Thank you very much, guys. Seriously, thank you very much for being here. I hope to see you on the next one, whatever that's gonna be. Latest next week, another Wildlands, but who knows? Maybe there's gonna be something else before that as well. Maybe some more Ghost of Tsushima. Maybe some more Dishonored. Maybe some more Voices of the Void. We will see. Oh, but actually, wait a second. The 6th, August the 6th. 4 days. What is that? Wednesday? Tuesday? No, 6th. Thursday. Thursday. I might have something for Thursday. I mean, it is the 25th anniversary for Ghost Recon. It's a Thursday, though. I will see. I will see. But maybe Thursday there's gonna be something. If nothing else, we might also talk about whatever Ubisoft announces or whatever Ubisoft lets us know about the new whatchamacallit, the new missions in Wildlands. And maybe we will find out what exactly they're planning, how exactly they're planning to, I don't know, to give away or to what exactly are they gonna do with us that already have the game? Do we have to re-buy Ghost Recon Wildlands, the definitive edition, or will they give us something, some sort of upgrade, or I don't know, something, anything, any news? Hopefully, we're gonna have something by then. I mean, we should. They said that we should, so we should. So yeah, maybe Thursday there's gonna be some stream, something. So see you on Thursday. And until then, I wish you all a great day, night, evening, morning, or whatever else applies to you. And you have a good one there, guys. Bye-bye.
¿Qué fue eso, pues? Ya me picó el mosquito. No quiero morir trabajando, pero tampoco aquí. El hermano anda al pedo, ya quiere mamarse.